Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so.
Good morning, good morning. It's early on a Friday morning. I had to double check. Y'all know me. Friday morning, yay. I'll give everybody time to grab their coffee and get in here with me. Okay. So I hope everyone had a good night, got a good weekend planned, some relaxation, and all the things going to happen. Uh-oh. Okay. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Firefly just messaged me. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. So, welcome in, everybody. We're going to have day 13 today. Hopefully, another full day of testimony. Bev's full day of testimony can be heard. And we can get on with the program. I'm just double checking some stuff real quick, getting some things set up. Okay, let me get the screen set up and get all the action started here. Oh. So we don't arrive to court late. All right, they're outside of the courtroom. Nothing's happening yet. They're just waiting on everybody to get there. Let me bring this up for a second. Oops, cancel. Okay, let me get things set up over here and going. You guys just hang on a second. I'll be with you in a moment. It's going to be quiet for a sec while I get this pulled up. So, guys, I don't know if any of you keep up with different happenings in the different cases. Y'all know we follow the Idaho 4 case. I hope you guys can hear me. If there's anybody listening, it shows a few of you are. If there's somebody that can type a thumbs up in the chat, I would appreciate it if you can hear me. If not, I'll figure it out. Anyway, Some Dateline is planning to air a special tonight on the Idaho 4 case, and they claim to have some information on the case from various law enforcement sources. They have done this in the past, and everybody gave them hell for it. And turns out they were, according to court documents, they may have been right. So we'll have to wait and see. We're going to evaluate that and take a look at that and see what you guys think of it, what we can decipher from the new information that came down in their leaked situation. Okay. So we have had some crazy moments in this case so far in the testimony. For those of you who don't know, I have loosely followed Karen Reed on social media, right, through the first trial, through all the things that was going on. Saw a lot of the evidence on social media here and there, and just kind of looked at it at my own pace and didn't really dive deep into the case. Didn't even watch the first trial. So here we are, trial number 2. Of course, it piques my interest, and so I'm here. And here we are. And so I'm kind of like going in blind, not really having an opinion, but and not knowing really what happened, right? So I've been evaluating it. And man, there's a lot of juicy talk about drama filled lives. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Sajoy, for letting me know. I appreciate you. Welcome in and good morning. This must be like everybody's Monday. They're having a hard time getting up and getting motivated this morning. Good morning, Butterfly. There you are. Butterfly's got a busy few days ahead of her, work stuff related, so she'll be in and out as she can, and I appreciate that from her. Always nice having you guys in here. So we're going to get underway with the day 13, like I was saying here shortly. And at lunch break, we have some things to review in the Idaho 4 case. And I want to get you guys' opinion on that. We're going to take a look at a document that was already filed in Idaho 4 that we went over, but there was some very specific information in that document that matches up to what Dateline is now claiming, or what the leaked not Linda Lane, let me rephrase that, 1112 footage, more of that has come out. So it matches the document perfectly. And you can see the car a little better. Yeah, so we're going to see what we think of this car. Oh, you're good, Butterfly. Everybody has their moments, honey. I knew y'all would all trickle in as you could. Firefly's having a little laptop issue. She's trying to get fired up and ready to go this morning. Not enough coffee, right, girl? I almost had a panic this morning because I forgot I was almost out of coffee. And my grocery store order will be ready tomorrow, but my son was going to go this morning and get me a few things because he's going to be out of town or gone tonight. Anyway, I had enough to make almost a full pot. I was like, oh no, panic mode almost set in. So he's gone to get me coffee now. I'm like, I'm not waiting until tomorrow for my grocery store order, dude. This is an emergency. You got to go get mama coffee. Or you can't leave the house, you grown man. He wouldn't have liked that, but bless his heart, he's gone to get mama her coffee. So we're good to go. All right, guys, I'm going to pull up the stream or the let me message Firefly back, guys, and tell her if she can jump in on her phone, but I don't know if she cares to do that. Can you? Because I always join on my phone, but I don't know if she's comfortable with that. If I'm, co-hosting a live somewhere. Because today would be her last day with us before she returns to her or goes to her new job. She's changing jobs, so she has to start back to work. She's had a little bit of time off to hang with us, and we're going to miss her. Dolphin takes off on the 15th for her little trip, the day we have a big Koberger hearing, but she'll be here for trial. And apparently we will be too for about 3 months. Y'all buckle up and get ready. I had to reorder my trial groceries for Karen Reed's. I'm getting the hang of this stuff, man. I'm learning. I can't be hangry. I'll act like Judge Bev and the rest of these judges, and they get hangry. They take issue with everything at that point. All right. Sorry, I had to get some stuff out of my way on my desk here. Let me find the feed, see what's happening. Karen Reed and her team are just arriving, it looks like. So let's watch them walk in the building. Let's get it on. Uh-oh. My screen just did some wonkiness. There we go. All right, I'm going to mute it, though, so we don't got to hear those wretched sounds in the background. Lord, she's carrying all that impeachment material against Jen McCabe again. Oh, guys, Vinnie Politan, while we were waiting, let's show y'all something cute and funny. Sometimes we just got to laugh at this BS. All right, so Vinnie Politan dropped this morning, and I was like, dude, are you serious? I saved it for us to take a look at because it was just funny. All right. So I didn't know this, so I don't know if it's true, but apparently if you wear pink, you are team Karen Reed. Is that what he said? And if you wear blue, you're anti-team Karen? I don't know. We'll let Vinny explain it in only the way Vinny Politan can. Come here, Vinny. I don't care what folks say about you. I'm a fan. I've known you for a long time. All right. So here's a little thing from Mr. Vinny. All right, let's go. Uh-oh, no sound. We muted.
For County, the Karen Reed trial. I've got to do some shopping for Karen Reed. Here's the problem with covering the Karen Reed trial. The Free Karen Reed movement has adopted an official color. They wear pink. So if I wear a pink tie, a pink shirt, pink underwear, somebody somewhere is going to post it online and say I'm part of the Free Karen Reed movement. Meanwhile, the anti-Karen Reed, they're all wearing blue. So if I wear a blue tie, a blue shirt, or blue underwear, someone's going to post that and say that I'm anti-Karen Reed. So what do I have to do? I've got to go shopping now because I need way too many purple ties to wear for my show every night. Can't wear pink, can't wear blue. Split the baby. I'll just wear purple.
We get to go shopping with Vinny, guys. I had no idea this was a thing. We're gonna get struck playing music. Maybe I should silence him. Ooh, sometimes they'll strike you for that kind of music stuff. Happened with me on Microdots and the 9-inch nails bullshit. Oh, I didn't get a strike. I got like a warning, you use copyrighted material. Okay, he's in the store.
I need a purple tie. Get me a purple tie.
Ain't had none of that. I can't pick a side
You won't
shit.
believe why.
A butterfly.
I need that purple tie. Purple tie. Purple tie. Purple tie. Purple tie.
Mission accomplished. I'm ready for Dedham. I'm ready for the trial. It's all
Isn't that cute? I'm like, I didn't even know it was a thing. Butterfly down there wearing her blue today. As Butterfly just posted or commented there, first trial in the Krista Rogers case is in at the end of May. So with that said, Crystal Rogers is a case I've been following for far too many years. Far too many years. And Crystal has never been found. Yet there are people on going to trial soon for her murder. It's a case that is really close to me because I've just I grew to love Crystal's mother. For those of you who don't know, Crystal Rogers went missing out of Bardstown, Kentucky, and A year later, her father, who was heavily investigating her disappearance, was shot and murdered on his property, hunting with his grandson standing right next to him. So that is a case I've been wanting to present to you guys, and we're going to do that, I think, on Sunday, because there's a lot of movement in the case leading up to the trial. So I have a little predicament, though, because I think Brandon Boudreaux's trial gets underway probably close to the same time, but I got to cover Crystal's case because I don't even know if they're going to televise her trial. If they do, I know Court TV will carry it because they have done a pretty good job of keeping up with Crystal's case. There's a local reporter named Shay McAllister out of Kentucky. She's done a complete series on Bardstown, Kentucky, and the Crystal Rogers case for a couple years, and I have followed her work very closely. Butterfly just saw some movement in the case and turned me on to I didn't even realize they'd done a new show because I've been busy doing other things. So, of course, she's got my back as usual. She sent me the link. I checked it out, and I put together some stuff. Then we're going to look at Crystal Rogers' case on Sunday, I think, and take a break from Koberger and Karen Reed. It's an important case. All the things that went on in Crystal's case, her father's murder. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, so we'll take a look at that. We still have the OnlyFans in action right now. So, y'all, was that Vinnie Politan thing cute? I didn't know there was a thing about wearing a color for Karen Reed. I had no idea. I'm not paying much attention to the social media, am I? Here we are on the social media. I do pay attention, but I haven't trolled the Twitter in a couple of days because by the time we get done here, I'm tired. Then I start looking at other stuff. And I finally had to go through some of my notes and get some of this clutter out of my way, y'all. I had too many cases laying over here on the side that I've been covering off and on. And we got Stephon Stern's BS coming up too, Butterfly, with some court stuff for him. I may have to do some nighttime streaming as well to get some of that in. I don't know if they're going to do a plea. You know what? I need to check his docket here in a little bit too. See if anything news dropped, because there's got to be things happening because we're approaching that CSAM trial. So I could keep an eye out for any new hearings or things of that nature. And I still got to get all of my Karen Reed notes are good. I just got to organize better. I'll be on Miss Shorty tomorrow night at some point. I need to reach out to her and find out what time we're doing that. Good morning, Miss Ma'am. Did you get it all figured out?
Yeah, I guess so. So frustrating.
Oh, no, I know. I hate when stuff doesn't want to work right. Oh, so
yeah,
it
it
was
took me several reboots to figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, I'm glad you were able to get it figured out. We had a cute little video we just watched that Vinnie Politan dropped this morning. Well, I don't know when he dropped it, honestly. I just saw it this morning.
Oh.
So I didn't know that. We'll show it to you because it's cute. We're going to watch it again, guys, because I want Firefly to see it. I don't want to tell her. I just want her to see it.
What's going on with the ceiling up there by the fan? Yeah.
I don't know. I just took that down, but I wasn't paying attention because that thing makes me dizzy. I want to show you this cute video. So did you know that there was a thing about what color you wear if you're a supporter of Reed or not? Like apparently
vaguely. Yeah, I know he said this thing. He can't wear these pink ties. That means he's supporting Karen Reed, and the blue means he's supporting the other side, I guess.
Okay, so did you see what he dropped? That little video where he goes and buys? Okay, so then you kind of know. I didn't know. I had no clue, girl.
But he said something about purple, like he's going to just wear purple.
Okay, so we get to go shopping with Vinny.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's going to buy him a tie that he can wear without getting yelled at. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's cute.
So I'm heading up to Dedham, Massachusetts, Norfolk County, for the Karen Reed trial. I've got to do some shopping for Karen Reed. Here's the problem with covering the Karen Reed trial. The Free Karen Reed movement has adopted an official color. They wear pink. So if I wear a pink tie, a pink shirt, pink underwear, somebody somewhere is going to post it online and say I'm part of the Free Karen Reed movement. Meanwhile, the anti-Karen Reed,
So funny.
they're all wearing blue. So if I wear a blue tie, a blue shirt, or blue underwear, someone's going to post that and say that I'm anti-Karen Reed.
You got a blue sweaty on.
So what do I have to do? I've got to go shopping now.
Butterfly said, "Oh shit,
Because
I'm
I
wearing blue
need
today."
way too many purple ties to wear for my show every night. Can't wear pink, can't wear blue. Split the baby. I'll just wear purple.
Here we go. Oh, copyright strike from YouTube. Come on now. Not that music. I'm not worried about Vinny. He never does. Vinny don't never strike nobody. It's the music you gotta worry about. I'll get a notification. It's all good. I can silence it. I can edit it out. And we're good again.
Showing every step.
I need a purple
Wow.
tie. Get me a purple tie. You won't believe why. I need that purple tie. Purple tie.
Morning, Carrie.
Purple tie.
That's too pink.
Purple tie. Purple tie.
Mission accomplished. I'm ready for Dedham. I'm ready for the trial.
That's cute.
Isn't that cute? I couldn't help myself. It's like that is just too much because there's
Yeah,
so.
he just talked about like how he has to wear purple a couple days ago or something. But yeah,
I didn't see that.
No.
I didn't know anything about it. I was like, I didn't even realize it was
Yeah.
a color thing in this case.
Me either. I really didn't either. Like I never knew there was like, oh, you're supposed to wear pink to
Like-
support her. I don't know.
Like Carrie says, "Ooh, I'm wearing pink." Butterfly was wearing blue. Y'all gotta get y'all some purple, man. Y'all don't want to get attacked on the streets because of the color you're wearing is wrong.
Right.
So, Firefly, did you have a chance to review what I sent you last night?
Oh yeah, the Coburger thing.
Yeah, we're gonna look at that at lunch.
Wow,
like-
there's some stuff in there. It's like,
girl.
ooh.
So I have a couple of things. I got the news piece from the Dateline interview with Keith Morrison. I have another news piece from a local station there about it as well. Then I have the document that cites those particular times we see on that new leaked footage.
Yeah.
And so I made a video or a short and posted that up, and it's got, and yeah, so we'll take a look at this video. I'll show you
Okay.
guys a really good image of this
Yeah, it's really
video.
good.
So if
Well,
you
did
did,
you?
did you notice
I
how
also-
well you can see that car?
Oh yeah, really clear.
And check this out, that we still got the OnlyFans guys going. I'm not paying attention, I promise. So my son is a huge car guy. He gets it naturally through his dad. My son works at a major dealership in town. He's just a car guy. He's a guy. Now, we've heard men mansplain stuff on the YouTube for years. We've heard a lot of back and forth about what that car may or may not be in that footage. So this morning, my son doesn't know anything about Idaho 4 except for some ramblings he hears me making past him when I'm talking to myself or listening to a live stream and I'm walking past him to go to the yard. He'll hear me talking to myself. He knows nothing about the case. So I showed him the new footage this morning because you can see the car better.
Yeah.
I said, hey, just armchair, look, first time looking at this, what kind of car would you think this was? You know what he said first thing out of his mouth?
Mm-mm.
A Chrysler or a Hyundai. I said, a Chrysler? That's interesting. What kind? He said, Chrysler 200. I said, oh, shit, does your name get a clue?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Girl, I was like stunned. I was like, you seriously think that? He's like, Mom, it's a Chrysler 200 or it's a Hyundai. I said, like an Elantra? He said, could be one of the two. I said, damn. And I turned around and walked away.
Yep. Well,
But anyway, so that with that said, I had to get a perspective that didn't know nothing about the case, right? Just take a look at this video and tell me what you see.
right.
Chrysler
That's
200.
interesting.
It was
Interesting. Very
very interesting, girl, because you and I know what that could imply. Because people have implied for a long time that that car could possibly be a Chrysler 200. But it certainly looks like a Elantra to me from what I've seen. But then again, I've already have it in my mind that it could be. But
Well,
I'm
is it
looking up
possible
pictures.
they're not all the same? Like that's what
Mm-mm.
Gediclu said. He's like that
Nah,
last one he said was the Chrysler 2.
I
He
don't
said the
believe
other
that.
ones were the Elantra. Yeah.
I don't believe that. I believe it's the same
I thought
car
it
each
looked
and every
like an
time.
Elantra, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, when you look at enough pictures of Elantras like we have, and you look at that footage and you give
Mhm.
it a fair, honest look, the way my son did this morning, you can tell. I'm not saying it is a Hyundai Elantra, but it looks pretty darn
Could be.
similar. Yeah, well, it looks pretty darn similar. I'll say that because I need to. Okay, we got movement in the courtroom. Looks like Bev is giving
Oh,
some instructions.
okay.
Give
Real
your
quick, did you see the preview for the show tonight, the Dateline show?
Dateline. Yes, that's what we're gonna
Okay.
take a look at. We're gonna look at all that at lunch.
All right.
We need to.
Did
I don't
anyone
have
happen
cable.
to see,
That's true.
hear, or read anything about this
So I gotta
case
figure out
since
how to
we last-
watch it.
Yes.
Can we stream that in Discord? Didn't we try
Can we
once? We
bring Sergeant
couldn't.
Buchanan in, please? And
While it was
Mr.
live?
Jackson, are you ready?
Live? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think we had to wait after it aired. Can't remember. To ask Dolphin. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to watch it because I don't have cable. I stream all my shit.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still in the room.
Thanks. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
He's back, guys. Yuri, Mr. Liar, Liar,
Back for more fun.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing, and we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer
not
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
You're a cop? You don't know that?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
February 10th report. Good Lord. It's a little late.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
Standard practice GPS
What's documented in
coordinate
the
shipments
report
to
that you just
town.
referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Yes, same general vicinity. If there was a different location...
That's what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
That's the description of the items
So
recovered.
the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
Standard practice, my guy.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Y'all are a shitty department. Lord help them. They're going to need it down there in Canton, y'all. If something bad ever happens for real.
Some of you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Exactly.
You indicated that the
You can
evidence
run
bag
around that
would
state.
help
There's 2
determine
states out there you
where the
can
exact
catch me
location
in.
was that
Indiana,
these items were found, correct?
one of them.
The general location where they were recovered from.
Will you publish this, John?
Okay.
Alrighty, exhibit time.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the...
That's crazy.
the
I
dates,
screenshotted this shit.
I'm sorry, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
February
Description of
10th,
evidence.
these things were
This is where
collected,
the
y'all.
description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines.
What,
that are
12
available
days
to
later?
fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Oh,
Who did?
I do not know.
it's your name on it.
Who did?
Yeah, you need to
I
look.
don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You don't recognize
I
the
look
handwriting?
shameful too.
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Damn, look at
Were
his
you
face,
with Michael
y'all.
Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
Oh my
If you bagged it
God.
yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged
All right,
it.
the meter just went heavy toward Karen Reed.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them?
them?
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
This is
questions.
unbelievable.
Wow.
Okay.
Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
No shit.
So let's figure out the possibilities.
Let's do.
Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person?
Every one of them. There's only 4.
Yeah, Bev, we are.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years.
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, you might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you
Wow.
provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
This guy's gonna make me go crazy
Just
today laughing.
Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Morning, Joe.
Some of these came off.
It's fine.
Oh, broke it.
The purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If these,
Highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
Goodness. So he.
This guy
Okay,
makes
well,
me sick.
you know what? I'm glad he's talking because it's showing me how incompetent
Yes.
and how possibly they would allow themselves to become tied into a conspiracy. Show me your integrity level because you're showing
Right.
me right now you don't have a whole lot. And I need to see
Oh,
that
yeah.
to think for a second you'd be a part of a conspiracy. And you just kind of showed me you just might. So
And they can see that he's covering for
and
Michael
himself.
Proctor. They
And
can tell
himself.
already.
You don't collect 6 pieces of
Mhm.
evidence from a crime scene that your buddy that you have a strong bond with because of some personal tragedy. No, that was Higgins. Sorry, I got them two mixed up for a second.
Wait till Proctor comes on there
The
and they get
guy
to hear what Proctor's
here,
done.
here's the thing, the
Ugh.
chief that was good friends with Higgins initially rode by and saw some red on the ground pieces. Hey, go check it out.
Mhm.
Then he goes over there and he finds 6 pieces. He bags it but doesn't fill out the evidence envelope, but someone does and puts his name and all the details on it. No, no, no. No GPS coordinates taken of exactly where the evidence was located. That's standard 2020.
34 Fairview, that's not
It's
specific
not
enough for you?
standard practice. I've seen this.
No,
I've
of course not.
oh,
I
wait,
want a
no,
diagram. Show me the flagpole, show me
not
the
that.
road,
It's
show me
not
the
that. Well, show
mailbox.
no.
Put a
What the
diagram.
defense just said is accurate.
Yes.
They are supposed to
I
plot
want a
it
diagram.
on the GPS coordinates exactly where the evidence was found. Then you pull up the yard and you can plop it down on a damn map, the exact coordinates of where that piece was found. They did not do that here. That is standard practice in 2025 in crime scene investigations. Sorry, it just is. There's no excuse for it. That's as bad as your red Solo cup and your leaf blower experimentation trying to develop new techniques in 2025. Okay. I can't I can't put weight behind you guys and give you benefit of the doubt when I'm seeing there's something very unsettling happening here. Unsettling.
The reason I say I want a diagram is because GPS is not all that accurate.
No.
So, I mean, it'll get within a certain,
crime scene
just,
investigation, the way they GPS map it, I'm not going to discredit all GPS. Look, I just watched another case where Celebrite was absolutely needed to help solve a case. We got a case over here where, and people need to understand, Celebrite did not delete a timestamp from Jen's phone or her data. They deleted it from a program they were running, right? But the other program still incorporated that type of timestamp information. That's the discrepancy there. It wasn't that Celebrite nefariously deleted Jen's stuff. That's not what happened.
What does that have to do with the GPS?
Let's say that it's inaccurate all the time. It's standard crime scene operation to GPS your coordinates where you found your items. Right or wrong is what it is.
May I have just a
And then
moment?
that information is placed on your diagram. That's how they know.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time. and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them. Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
What?
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
Found February 10th and submitted in March.
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Sure.
That's bad. Why'd you wait so long?
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
We understand.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
Yeah.
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
Yeah.
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, which was the date that you claimed to have found these items, after February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged
in a
into the
secure
lab
location?
for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
By all means.
No.
I'm
Just
sorry.
to-
Mr.
just to
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the therapies.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote-unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with some...
Can you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to the bag?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the...
There's also a date at the...
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
Second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag. The other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just One's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to-scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number? The item number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler, generally.
Yes.
How big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's the 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
But according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself
Brennan?
with
I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
it. I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic, and third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
that would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please. The final page should be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes.
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
It was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough.
Revealed itself.
You didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Okay. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down. I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, that either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Goodness. Wow. So he got up there and just showed his complete lack of integrity and complete lack of crime scene knowledge. like a complete lack for a cop. That is insane. So the jury absolutely needed to hear all that and see all that to determine that guy's credibility, right? Because his credibility is shot way down with me. I got a lot of questions. I got a huge problem with evidence being collected on February 10th, unsecured somewhere in the DA's office for 5 solid weeks before it goes to the crime scene lab for testing. That's not going to fly in any case. I don't care if I think the person did it. Not acceptable, right? Not acceptable. And we want Higgins downloads, but we don't trust downloads. I do. I just don't trust their little timestamp of the, you know, how's long to die in cold bullshit. That's totally separate than digital downloads of phones. And, I'm not going to pick and choose when I believe them, but we can't say we want to see his if we don't believe the data to begin with. I still want to see his. Like, dude, that don't make any sense. You get to extract your own data, walked through the process by your good friend, that bond y'all, that trauma bond y'all have. He walked you through the process. Then you download what you want and extract. You pick and choose what you want to extract. You turn that over. What cops get to do that to their own phone, and then go destroy the phone? Now, that's a huge red flag, guys. The defense needed to show all of that and get it brought out. So that looked really bad for the prosecution. It may have been painful for y'all to sit and watch that guy, but I know the impact of what just happened, and I hope the jury is understanding this story they're laying out. It's not actually a story. That right there is not acceptable across the board. He broke every crime scene rule there was. It's insane. Sorry, guys, I'm checking something real quick. Okay. All right. Wow, goodness gracious. There's a lot of idiot cops out there, so they don't surprise me. You know what I mean? Do I get frustrated sometimes with these people? Yeah, but I understand the need to let them run their mouths, right? They hang themselves in the long run. They trip themselves up. They show their lack of integrity. They show how bad their crime scene investigation really was. All of that's necessary. Just like when we couldn't stand looking at Jen no more, it was necessary to show the jurors her, right? It's balancing acts, people. She's going to go to her morning break. Sorry, I was just getting caught up here. So Joe is going to go live. So, Joe, you had to postpone last night. Are you still in here, by the way? Joe had to postpone his live last night to go over that latest Lori Vallow document. I think he's going to be live on Megan Connor's channel tonight. So, going over that document. I read the document. I'm not so sure Juror 15 is going to be an issue because Lawyer Lori doesn't know what to do with it. So I think it's just going to sit right there. Diaper change, too much coffee. It's time for that. Depends. I just finished my last cup and I'm wondering where my son is with my other coffee that I sent him to get. It's like, I need more already. It's a coffee kind of day. I hear tell that we got some rain coming. I don't know for sure. I didn't look because, I don't care. I like to drink lots of coffee when it's gray and cloudy outside and it's going to rain. Started out really sunny here, but it's looking a little sketchy, so I don't know. Maybe they're right. We do have rain coming. I might look later. Wonder where Miss Dolphin's at this morning. I'm going to get hungry in about 30 minutes and have to hear her breakfast tales. There's Joe. Give us the deets, Joe. What are you doing tonight? Are you going live on Megan's channel? Is that the deal? Butterfly, do you know Megan Connor's channel? Can we get the link in here? I can grab it if you don't know her channel. So I believe Joe's going to go live over there tonight. I'm not sure what time. Type it in chat, Joe. Give us the deets. Oh, by the way, you know where the link is if you want to come up. Guys, at lunchtime, we're going to review that Brian Koberger stuff. Working and lurking. Oh, that's the thing to do. There's times I get up and take my phone throughout the house for me and I work while I'm streaming. I do it all the time. Yeah, I know. Diaper change for Auntie Bev. She's got to get that new Depends. She could probably do a good Depends commercial. I don't think she took her gummy this morning because she wasn't looking as cheery as she usually does. She might have been out. She's looking a little tired over there, so I don't know. Bev might get a full day in, but she might call it a weekend. You know how them Canton people roll this alcohol time. Thank you, Butterfly. My super mod here. There's the channel link, guys. You can go over and if you're interested in that document. So this is the prosecution's response to Lori Daybell filing for a new trial. And she cited specific things in her filing to grant her a new trial. So the state has replied now and gave their response to Lori's request. So yeah, Joe will go over that document tonight over there with Megan. And y'all can tune in and see the latest on that. And I got to check trial dates because I need to figure out what day, if they're going to.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
Court, all lines, please.
Take a morning break.
Just fold your notebooks and leave them in the just step right out. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Firefly is tired. She's over her some Yuri. She's done. She's like, get out of here. We got to take this down before Jesse pops in and scares me. Hold on. They're on morning break. Morning break. All right, hang on. I got to move something out of my way here. Get this back in focus.
Sorry, I'm still here. I just had to step away for a little bit because I'm just like I can't take him anymore.
Oh, good Lord! Don't let him get under your skin because the jurors need to see his lack of
Oh, I
integrity
know, I get it.
and the sorry ass, crime scene investigation techniques they so proud of down there in Canton. So try not to let him get under your skin. Just try to ignore him, but step away when you need to, girl, because that's the best thing to do, right? You don't want to break your stuff because you get mad.
Well, I'm not that mad at him, but I'm just like, God, it's like, oh yeah, you're right. It's demonstrating to the jury just how what's the right word? I don't want to be too insulting.
Yeah, lack of integrity.
Just incompetent. Like everybody so far related to this investigation.
If you don't have, I think across the board they had a lack of incompetence when it came to crime scene investigation, but his personal integrity is horrible, right? And you could see the look of almost defeat on his face at some point, like he's tired, he's not dealing with it, so that's crazy to me. But the jury needs to see all that. It's a little aggravating to deal with some of these witnesses and get through their boring testimony or their repetitiveness, but I'm really following when those details are coming out. I'm sorry. I've got a huge issue with collecting evidence. First of all, February 10th, it took that long for snow to melt for y'all to start finding reflective pieces in the snow. Okay, I get it. But then you collect it February 10th and it sits somewhere in the DA's office for 5 solid weeks before you decide to submit that very important critical evidence. And on the stand, he testified in the very beginning of this morning. We've heard witnesses come on, 3 so far, that claimed Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Right.
3 other women came on and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They want to mimic the way she says it as well, as mean girls will do.
Yep.
He just testified, we had a witness or we had an individual stating, did I hit him? I'm going to go back and clip it because that's exactly what he said.
Yes.
So did she say, did I hit him, sir?
She probably said both, but I mean.
I understand that the grand jury only heard, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him from Carrie Robinson, from Miss McCabe, and from the little EMT paramedic.
Yep.
Those details matter.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the stuff that I'm honing in on. That's the crap that's going to make or break this case in the end. And I hope the jury can see past the drama and because they don't know the drama. So I'm hoping they can focus on what they're being told. And that's what I'm trying to do. And right now, man, still the state's looking pretty bad. That made them look really bad, in my
Oh,
opinion.
terrible. Yep.
Didn't it though? So Joe's saying that 3 p.m. I think that's Central. Okay, you think that's Central, so yeah, that would be 4 Eastern. Um, yeah, okay. So there's the links, guys. You can go and see what time Megan schedules that out for, and if you want to take a look at that new document. Now let me pull this. I got to pull this. I don't know how long their break was. Probably they've been rolling like about a half hour.
Yeah.
These morning breaks. So let me get that pulled up on my phone on the side so I can keep an eye on that. I don't know where Dolphin's at this morning. She must be sleeping.
Probably stayed up late.
Court is on a short break, and they are showing the light bulb in the ceiling and not the fan right now.
Oh, last night, Dolphin and I were listening to, because she's got an audio copy of Howard Bloom's
Yeah.
book. So we listened to a few chapters of it.
Mhm.
And so it's pretty interesting. Yeah.
But
Yeah, how factual is it?
I'd like to know what y'all found interesting enough for me to look into, but I'm not saying everything he says is wrong. Just like I'm not going to sit here and tell you everything Dateline presents is wrong, because let me tell you this much. From the original Dateline that aired, that everybody went up in flames over, how dare they speak about Brian
A lot of
Kober.
it's come true, though. It's the
Hasn't
scary
it?
part. That's
That
the scary part.
that's the
That's the
scary
thing with
part.
Howard Bloom, too. Like, a lot of his things have come true. So how does he know?
A lot more of what Dateline is set
Oh,
for
Dolphin, there's Dolphin.
true than what Howard Bloom has said.
Speak of the devil, there she is.
Hey, Dolphin, good morning. So I'm because when I go to present this, I want to make sure everybody understands that this is not facts. It is going to be, of course, circumstantial stuff. And, of course, everybody's got a source. I'm not going to go at a news people coming down with a source. I'm just saying take it all with a grain of salt. I'm not here to tell you one's right and one's wrong. Believe this, believe that. Believe what you want, right? Take it all with a grain of salt because they're all using sources. But as I've sat back and gauged the things that Bloom has said versus what's panned out versus
Yeah.
Dateline's
I'm looking at it
what
with a
panned
different
out.
I'm looking
Dateline,
at it differently now, because before I blew off everything Bloom said, because I'm like, what does he know? How could he possibly know? But so much has come true. Now I'm
there's some
looking at
stuff
it,
he
okay,
does. Yeah. I mean,
this might be true.
I've been reviewing what he's been putting out since he started putting the stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
There's another place I go and watch a lot of interviews with Howard Bloom that I don't advertise around the world, but there's a place I go for review, right? Because I'm a true crimer. I'm going to go review. Don't mean I'm going to like what I see or listen to it, but I'm going to go review it. So I've seen a lot of interviews with Howard Bloom for the things he claims. I've read a lot of the airmail articles. I've read some excerpts from the book. I'm not saying that guy's wrong or doesn't have some legit sources, but not everything's going to pan out, right? But the Dateline stuff,
Yeah, I was gonna
what
say, like,
they presented in the
yeah.
what they presented in the past has panned out in documents, not on the YouTube streets. And I got a court document on the Koberger case that lists some very specific times, and that new leaked footage from 1112 they received, which is absolutely legit, but y'all can believe what you want. I'm not here to tell you what to believe. It matches the exact times in that document. It's the actual footage from 1112. Somebody's leaking this information directly to Dateline. They've also leaked information allegedly specifically to Brian Koberger and his activities. And if the reporting is accurate, we're going to see an interview with the chick from the Grove.
Right, I'm so excited about that. I couldn't believe when I saw that.
I was like, oh, hell, they found her. They got her.
So
Go,
see, it is
go
true.
Keith
We're like,
Morrison.
oh, he
Go
got too
Keith
fun of her?
Morrison. I'm not your enemy, dude. I like you. I've always liked me some Keith Morrison and Dateline. Why would I hate on Dateline now when I've watched them for how many years?
And the Google search about
I mean, come on. I'm not going to hate him because he's talking about Brian Koberger in a negative light. Oh my God.
No, the Google searches about Ted Bundy, and then the
Yeah.
photos in his phone. I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my
Mhm.
goodness. So
Mhm.
yeah, Yeah. The more that leaks
I get
out,
it.
the more damning it is. You
I've
know.
gauged the live interviews against his articles, right? So I'm like, what you said this here, you do the way that I get it. I've watched the interviews and I've read all the articles from the airmail. So I see the differences and I'm just saying that I review stuff, right? So he says things in these interviews he doesn't say in the articles. That's what I gauge. So I fell asleep to Dateline. So tonight it's going to air at 8 or whatever time they come on. I don't even know. I don't watch them on the regular on when they're airing live or whatever. I
No.
usually watch Datelines on the YouTube while I'm falling asleep. But, I'm not
But
going to.
this one, I want to know what juicy stuff they got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to looking at it um openly and trying to give it a fair, and it is what it is kind of thing. I understand that. I'm no fool. I can't believe what mainstream media tells me. I don't believe what social media tells me either because they're telling me two different damn things. I'm first going to believe court documents and video
Yeah,
footage. Ah,
definitely.
yeah. I need some video footage, man. Um, Yeah, they've been a staple for decades, right, Dolphins? So if I'm into all their other shows and believe stuff they've told me in the past, why wouldn't I believe them now just because it's Coburger? I'm so over the, oh my God, we can't talk about Coburger bad. Not y'all, but you know what I mean. At least that's changing. I feel like that's changing, and you can talk about it a little more openly and fairly. It's not like we're going at Coburger saying you're the guy, but oh my God.
I mean, it's turning out all these little things are probably true. The Brian tally, you
Yes,
know,
girl.
he probably does have photos of those victims on his
Now,
phone.
people have alleged on the YouTube streets those are the victims and that one is Xana. Dateline doesn't
Mm,
confirm that in the
no.
piece I'm going to show you. Will they confirm it tonight? I don't think so. The images are blurred that he does show. I don't know where they got that Xana. It's a dark-haired girl, so it could be any
Yeah.
girl. So I'm not going to go out on a limb and tell you that
And there
Xana
were
was at the grove. I don't know
quite a
yet.
bit of photos of dark-haired girls, so I don't know that he's obsessed with only blondes either, you know what I mean? Like, he's got
Yeah, there was a lot of
just
different.
girls.
I noticed that too. So I don't think he's got a particular type. You know what I mean?
No.
I think it's the easier the target, the better they are. The easier it is. So that might have played a role in it. Who puts themselves out there a little more than the others? I don't know. So I don't know what his motive was, and I don't know for a fact that any of these victims were at that Grove pool party. I'm not willing to go out on a limb and 100% back anything in Idaho 4. But yeah, we've never confirmed it anywhere, right, or seen it. But yeah, I've seen a few people claim that was Xana on Twitter. I'm like, I don't see where y'all saw that, but okay. But maybe they'll, talk more about it tonight. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So, do you think that the defense is going to wrap up with Yuri here before lunch?
Oh my god, I hope
Are we
so.
done with hearing his incompetent level and
Yes.
his poor judge of character and how, you got Proctor's hands all over stuff again for the guy who they're downplaying his role? There he is filling out your, evidence bag, putting your name on it, the details of what you found on it, but you didn't do all that. Proctor did. Huh. That's not very good protocol, is it?
No.
He gave it to trusted people. He gave it to trusted people to go store securely at the DA's office. Huh. And y'all didn't GPS coordinates. And y'all look here. If y'all think they're getting out there with some shoddy ass GPS coordinates machine, no. I mean, if you read court documents, you will see coordinates all the time in a court document. It's protocol for crime scenes.
Well,
When you
protocol
find
doesn't mean it's accurate. Doesn't make it accurate.
who do you
GPS is GPS. It's
I
not always
understand that.
accurate.
So what do you want them to do? Draw you a picture and
No,
point on
they
the
can put
paper
the
where they found
GPS,
it
yes,
to go along with it. So
to
if you
go
read it,
along with it, yes.
okay,
Because
any
yes, you
court.
have to have the GPS coordinates to get the general area. Then you have to have a diagram or triangulation somehow.
Well, I understand. That's what they should have done that. It
Right,
starts with
they
a
haven't done any
GPS.
of this.
If you read enough court documents, you'll see GPS coordinates listed all the time. They're not using shoddy equipment to get it. They're going to use the best they can get their hands on for crime scene investigations if they're a proper department. So you see it all the time listed. Where bodies were found are GPS coordinates listed in court
Oh, I know.
documents.
My daughter's
And
death
I'm
certificate has GPS coordinates on it.
but I'm saying I'm not going to question the level of the accuracy at the moment. At least it's documented. Now, if they want to draw me a picture and draw a little dot of exactly where they found it, and I'll compare that to the coordinates. Okay, I mean, I just don't. At some point, some of this gets monotonous. You know what I mean? Um, it's just they didn't document it. General vicinity is not good enough, and if GPS coordinates are not good enough, I don't know what is at this point, except a picture that somebody drew with their hand. Right? I need more than just a drawing with your hand as well. I'm going to need some scientific data, reasonably accurate, to back that up as well. Wait, I was reading a comment. I think he meant the girls from where the girls worked at. I don't read it too much into what they're saying yet because I haven't seen the full episode, Carrie. That they've always believed Brian Koberger honed in on one of his victims because of the restaurant that Maddie and Xana worked at. That's always been a theory. The Mad Greek vegan restaurant not far from his house, 2 cute girls working there who happen to be roommates.
He could have been listening to a police scanner and listening to how many
Duh.
calls were for this
Yeah.
house in particular.
Look, if
He could have been making those calls.
I know to go to my scanner and turn on a local police station, the minute there's anything going down, I got a scanner on my phone. I use Broadcastify and one other one. If I know to go to scanners and listen to the cops, I'm sure Brian Koberger does. If I know to go look at floor plans on Zillow, I'm sure Brian Koberger's figured that out. If I know how to shadow watch certain things and people, then I'm sure Koberger's figured that out as well. I can't be smarter than you, Koberger. I might be. I wouldn't have forgot my sheath. No, I'm joking about that. Who knows? After seeing the mishandling of evidence in Karen Reed, makes me wonder about other cases. Well, you always need to wonder. That's why you really got to pay attention to court documents and hearings. What's said. What are they unearthing, right? That's when a good defense team comes in because they can and will unearth any improprieties if they exist. They'll get to the bottom of it if they're decent. Our local cops here in the county, you cannot hear them on any scanner. You can pick up EMS and fire, but you cannot pick up the law. They had an incident back in the 80s. You can't do that no more. When somebody got a hold of their cheat sheet codes and we knew what all the codes were and where all the undercovers were at the same time, they were like, oh, that's not good. They cut that out. We were like, darn. Darn, we can't hear the cops anymore. That was good times had by all back then. They learned their lesson. It sucks too because I want to hear my local cops sometimes and I can't. 2 counties side by side, and actually 3 a tri-county area, and none of them let you hear their cops. But a lot of places do. Missing alerts go out for children. You can go right to that county, right to that police department, and listen to everything going on. Fugitive on the loose, you can do the same thing. We tried what's that little midget man that climbed out of the jail? We were able to listen to the scanners on his case all night long. Where they were looking for him at, like they thought he was hiding. It was crazy madness. They are still on break, guys. I don't know how long their little short break will be. Probably like 15, 20 minute, maybe 30. Who knows? Oh, I got you, Carrie. I'm reading it now. That's how they do, Carrie. They'll follow you, right? You don't know you're being followed. Well, I would because I watch. I've watched too many crime shows. I'm watching my rear view. You're not following me to the house. Not today, Satan. Watch me pass my house if I think I'm being followed. And I'm going to drive around till I lose you. And I'm going to go home and park my car and get my stuff ready and wait. I'm in Florida. I can stand my ground. Come on in, Bubba. Yeah, good luck with that in my county. People have tried. I'm telling you, after that fiasco in the late 80s, the cops around here is like, dang, man, y'all are too smart for us. We're putting this on the lockdown. I had a guy show up at my door one night at 11:30 at night. I was the only one at home. My roommate wasn't there, and he shows up out of nowhere in a thunderstorm. Eerie. I'm like, okay. I didn't answer my door. He's out there yelling about some girl I don't even know. Wouldn't know she's in there. I didn't say a word. He goes to leave, and he gets all the way out into the street, and I'm watching out the window. I'm peeking out my window like my little avatar. And it lightened, and when it did, I saw him standing in the street staring at my house. I did exactly what my dad always told me to do. And I stood there and I waited. He finally went on home. I was like, don't come back, guy. You're not gonna like what happens in just about 5 seconds. Right through the front door, he'd have went down. Firefly or Butterfly, can y'all hear the cops there in Austin? Or can y'all cannot, right? That'd be interesting because you got all those people going missing around the Lady Bird Lake. Hmm. So I checked this morning and there hadn't been any new documents filed yet that from yesterday in the Coburger case. Yeah, a lot of places have apps like that, right? Don't y'all's Ring cameras have like neighborhood apps? I don't do all that. I don't fool with it. My kids do all that. Yeah, only fire and EMS, same here. Hmm. They don't play in the South, do they? They're like, y'all ain't listening to us. No, no, no. So I think I haven't refined it, but there was an updated prosecution witness list out last night. And I have not had a chance to even look it over yet, but I do have a copy of it. And I need to go over it and cross out who we've seen from, who we've heard from already, and see who they have left. Who would they call after Yuri, I wonder. We can't have those pets go missing. No, no, no. I don't think mine would leave. Like, she just won't leave. The gate's been opened by accident before, and this dog is not going anywhere. She's like, I can't separate from y'all. I got to stay right here. One time she did run off into the field, but it was the back field and it wasn't no big deal. But other than that, she won't leave. All right, they're still looking at the fan, guys. Or no, the light fixture. Okay. Let me. No, I did not see what you sent. Or if I don't think I did. butterfly. But I also saw that Proctor is on the witness list for the prosecution from the one I saw last night. People were saying that they didn't think that he was going to be called. I think because the defense has him on their witness list, the prosecution's angle is try to get ahead of it again. Let's go ahead and bring Proctor out, downplay his, role in the investigation. He was just the top guy that signed off on everything. That's all he did.
It's hopeless. They can give up trying to
Well,
downplay it.
you and I get that, but the jurors don't know all the stuff you know. You got to remember that. So they're
I wanna see him try and do
Yeah, it's
it
gonna
though.
be great.
That'll be
So
good.
the defense is about to show all the issues with Proctor they can possibly show that Bev's allowing them to do, right? So the prosecution's gonna need to get ahead of that. And they're about to try to downplay when they call him to the stand, if that's accurate, and they call him, they're gonna do everything they can to downplay his role, his involvement, all the things. But defense cross is going to come after that, buddy. Good luck. They're going to show that you were absolutely a big part of this investigation. How big were you? CW bringing that shovel. We've heard multiple people talk about the actual protocol. Best practice would have been to bring shovels and rakes to excavate that property, right? And no, we're going to use a leaf blower instead and be innovative here. That's what we do. We want to go down in history. Well, buddy, you're going down in history, okay? Maybe as the worst cop ever. Failed techniques of crime scene 101 investigation. Can we use that as example going forward?
That guy doesn't care. He's laughing all the way to the bank with his
Eh,
$300,000 pension.
he may not be
You
laughing for
know?
long when this case is over and we find out whatever the damn feds decided to do. If there's any improprieties, these
Mm,
guys already got in trouble for their integrity. Proctor got fired. Yuri then
yeah.
got reprimanded for their improper behavior. That again speaks to their integrity level. So, yeah, I hope he rides off into the sunset and lives with his guilty conscience for the rest of his life. I don't take that guy. That guy's not taking up headspace in my head. Y'all, I want to show y'all that we're still waiting on court to come back. We're not going to really have I don't know if we'll have time to discuss this a lot, but I'll show you this little 2-minute video, and we are going to go over it at lunch. Notice the times. There's no sound, so just visual. This is the leaked 1112 video. Starting at 3:33, we have a car leaving King Road. The next frame will show you the 3:40 mark. You have a car, 3:38, the car returns. 3:40, the car leaves. 3:56, the car returns. Then it goes into the 4:07 and the car is returning. So we don't see it leaving after the 3:56 mark. It's the way Dateline put this together. So will they have more to show tonight? I'm not sure. This is what Dateline has presented in their show. And I want you to notice at the 4:07, the last two, 3:56 and 4:07, look at that car really well. We'll stop it at lunch and review. Look at that car. Look at that car. What kind of car y'all think that is? What's it doing? 3:33, it leaves. 3:38, the car is returning. Look at Jack's house right there in perfect view. 3:40, the car is leaving. No lights are out yet. 3:56 a.m., the car returns. 4:07, look at this car. What's he doing? That was a slow roll turn. Did he just do a 3-point? I got to match my times up with that document. But yeah, what do you guys think? I'm reading the comments. Yeah, I mean, the whole crime scene was a shoddy piece of police work. I don't think there's any question about that anymore. So many missteps. So many. So many missteps if you're basing your case on a woman screaming, "I hit him," and y'all think that's a possibility. You're still doing a really poor job of collecting that evidence you're going to use against that woman. It ain't rocket science, is it? What is strange, Carrie? Firefly must have stepped away.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I was just checking my email because I got some
Oh,
email from my
no.
new job, like for like orientation, like what to bring on your first day. You know how you have to
Oh,
have
yeah, all
ID
the good
and
stuff.
stuff.
All that adulting stuff you're gonna need.
Yes, gotta start adulting
Darn
again.
it.
Darn it.
Not cool. So did you get to watch the little video I just played?
Oh yeah, the with
Mhm.
the car.
You think
Yep, I
so
was
what do you
watching.
think about that? You believe
It
what do you think?
looks like an Elantra to me.
It does favor
What do
one,
you
really.
think?
It's definitely a white sedan circling its prey, isn't it? It matches
Yep.
up with it
I
matches up with the
mean,
original PCA. It matches up with the document I'll present at lunchtime showing you the exact time frame
yep.
or where they've cited. So it's the actual video they're using. But someone has yet again leaked portions of that video. I don't
Well, that in conjunction with that
Mhm.
other one that shows them circling
Yeah.
the building. I
Yeah,
mean,
the Linda Lane.
yeah,
And I
that's
know
like,
people are gonna have their thoughts about leaked stuff, but I'm here to tell y'all I'm not the popo, I'm not the YouTube police, I do not care, okay? I do
yeah,
not
who
care.
cares? You know?
Y'all get used to it. Every high profile case you ever see or follow is going to have leaked information. Get over it or don't. I don't care. I choose not to pick that as a battle that I'm gonna fight because I don't care. It comes as we get it. I'm not gonna make a big ranting, raving video over some damn leaked information.
Right.
That ain't my fight. I'm just gonna review that
Nah,
leaked information and give you my thoughts on it. We'll do it
right.
that way. We're different. Well, I don't it's not my fight. Now, just not my fight. Whatever. I'm done with that conversation. Yeah, my
Right.
girls are switching things up. One's leaving a job and one's getting a new one. Work, right? Ugh. My son just got home with some of my
Yeah,
groceries. Good, I'm getting hungry.
it's fine. I've been getting kind of bored,
Yeah,
except for during this trial. Like, obviously,
right.
I've had stuff to do during the trial, but other than that, like, I'd be
Yeah,
bored during the day. I'm like,
I'm
this
sure at
is too
first it was like, "Oh,
work.
this is nice, a little break," and then after a while, it's like my
Yeah,
routine is not
yeah.
there, so you get yeah,
It's like, okay.
yeah,
Just going over the following, the dress code, blah, blah, blah. All the standard
yeah.
stuff they go over.
No, Joe, it's about her normal morning break.
It's a little
A
long,
few
though. Don't
minutes.
you think
No,
it
no,
seems
I'm used to
long?
sitting here talking through her breaks and her lunch. I usually go to get my lunch
Yes.
after the morning break, so I don't have to eat while they're at lunch because I'm usually presenting stuff. I have me a little rhythm going. But what am I going to do? Snatch her out of her break? Y'all tired of hearing me talk? I'm trying to keep the interesting conversation. I'm trying to present stuff. I'm trying. I can't control Bev and her bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
What were they arguing they went to, didn't they go to sidebar because he kept trying to ask him something and then they
Yeah,
kept
they're not.
objecting.
Yeah,
Can't
they're
remember
just
what it
going back and
was.
forth over the same thing. They've already covered the ground. I get it. I
Yeah, I
get it.
know.
This man's lack
Yeah.
of integrity, crime scene, shoddiness, chain of custody's the issue. Proctor's filling out reports left and right, putting your name all over everything. We're done. I'm done with him too. I'm like, go on to the
Mm.
next one, please. Next witness. I want one with some sparks, because I will get bored. I'm having to pay attention to details and write them down for my own purposes, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Don't worry, Joe. Even if they have a long break, Bev is not going to go beyond a certain time today. She never does. She's got to go home and get that dinner in. She an early dinner lady, and then kick back in the easy chair. She's looking forward to. She's looking
Oh,
forward to
Joe.
her weekend.
Oh, yeah. Getting there. Joe's got an interesting
Yeah.
story, he says, but maybe at lunchtime.
Well, look now. There's not enough time. I kind of know. I know preliminary stuff. What do you mean there's not enough time? We don't know what time the break's going to end, so. Yeah, Joe. When Joe ventures out, things happen apparently, and he gets interesting things. He has interesting things happen. You got to start wearing that body cam thingy you got around, Joe, so you can record everything, memorialize all this stuff. Get yourself into some pickles, man. I'd stay at the house from now on, Joe. You might want to rethink that getting out situation. Oh my goodness, says the lady who hasn't left the house in a really long time.
Like, even when I do venture out, I like, try to
Oh, girl,
avoid
I
people
do.
as much as
I do.
possible
I mind my
still.
business. I look. I'm I
Yeah.
can't help, because I'm an empath. When I go into a building, a restaurant, a store,
Mhm.
I see, hear, and sense things that I'm not trying to see. Hence, see, hear, and sense. It's very overwhelming, so I tune a lot of things out. But I'm very aware of my surroundings at all times. I know what everybody in my peripheral view is doing at all times when I go out and have to people. I can't, it's too
Hey
much.
there,
Oh Lord, Jesse snuck in there.
Oh,
I
he snuck
know,
up on you, though.
Jesse's like, I'm surprised I don't have dreams, right? Like, I'm gonna jump up in the middle of the night one night with Jesse coming in. Oh no, there'll be kind of weird music in the background. I'll be flipping out. I'd come up fighting. Get off me, dude! Get away from me!
Oh, God, no.
Get away! I don't want no part of it. All right, I'm gonna bring the feed back up, but with him silenced. We silence of the lambs, you Jesse. Well, Joe, I mean, that's when things like that tend to happen. The unexpected happens when you do the normal routine stuff, right? It's like going into some of those restaurants is so overwhelming when I have to hear everybody's damn stories. And I don't try, but now I know what the lady 4 tables over there has been going through, and I'm not trying to absorb that energy. I'll send her some healing vibes.
Yeah, I can't take places where there's, like, so much activity and so much talking going on, like, I can't even I just can't
I
relax, you know?
hear what they're talking about,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to. I've
Yeah.
walked past people at
Mhm.
concerts and heard a lady saying things about her child I did not need to know, to the point where I had turned around and I thought, "Why did I just hear that?" Because I was not trying to listen, but I heard it loud and clear. I hear things I don't care to know, and I can't stay in there long when that starts to happen. I will feel sick. I've had to go home and lie down with the nausea. It gets so overwhelming. So I stay at home. I venture to the backyard. If I do go out, it's going to be around close friends or family only. Occasionally, I'll go to a restaurant with the kids. I can handle that because I can tune things out for a little while. But if I go do it too much, it's overwhelming. I don't like hearing things I don't want to hear about you. No eye contact. I'm a very nice person in public. I open the doors for people. I help the old people. I at the handicapped. I do all the things. I pick and choose who I interact with, right? That's what I've come to do over the past 10 years. I pick and choose who I interact with, and only the ones I'm picking up a good vibe about. Otherwise, you're not even there. You don't even exist in my world at this moment. Get away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't like to see people struggle out in public. I'm the one that's going to come across the room to help you. You know, I'm putting my stuff down for a minute. I'm going to help the old person or the handicapped. It's all there is to it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to
Mhm.
talk to them. I'll talk to the homeless man too. I don't got no problem with that. If I'm not getting a bad vibe, if I'm getting a decent vibe about this old man, guess what's fixing to happen? We'll put a smile on his face today if I can.
Yep.
Yeah. I got to go to the bathroom, guys, and grab a Coke. Um, I'll be right back if y'all don't mind. Y'all chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Oh no. Joe, come up and tell your story. I don't have any good stories to tell. I've been used to working at home for the last 8 years, or maybe 6 years I've worked at home. So now I'm going to have to work in the office where there's cubicles and talk about overhearing other people's conversations. I know that used to drive me crazy too when people are too loud, like in the cubicle next door, and you're trying to do your work, and I can't concentrate because it's like I can't get your conversation out of my head. Oh no, I better not think. I've got to think positively. It's going to be a good work environment, y'all. Think positively. Well, that's a good advice there, butterfly head earbuds. Well, dolphin, I don't know if maybe eventually I can go remote. I don't know. I'll have to find out. I don't, we'll see how the job goes. But if I don't like it, I can always go look for a remote job again. So, so butterfly, are you still looking for a job? Oh, you just want a remote job now?
Okay, sorry. So she's still on break. This time now she's actually now
Yes, it is
see now
long.
she's taking a longer break. I won't complain about my meat tray my son just failed to bring home because he claimed they didn't have it. That's what I'm gonna gripe about. I wanted my meat tray. I wanted my meat and cheese and crackers.
Well, y'all, I've been looking for a remote job since I got laid off in January because they closed my company because they lost the Medicaid contract.
Joe, I
But
had to go to the
so I've
bathroom.
been looking for remote jobs, but
You
so for there was a local job that offered me a job. So I'm
yeah,
like, okay, I haven't got any
and
bites
you
on remote jobs. So
you
you do
used to
what you
work
got to do.
remotely, so you're right. You yeah. Joe,
Yeah.
I had to go to the restroom, sir.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
And then I got aggravated because my meat and cheese did not arrive. My
Mm.
salads are, but my other stuff didn't. Okay, so what's going on?
All right. So if I get interrupted, I guess I'm going to have to finish on the lunch break.
I
So
guess so.
she's correct. But so since I came to this Airbnb the end of March for Lori's trial, I have not gone out at all. Like my days have been packed, and I'm also kind of antisocial, so I order stuff in before I go out. Last night, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna try one of the local restaurants, and it's like a local American restaurant, and I take a Lyft there, Uber there, because I may have a drink or two, and I'm not gonna drive, after a drink or two or whatever. And it's only like 5 minutes away, so no. So I get there, I get dropped off, I walk in the door, I go and ask the bartender because I know I still have to work. So I bring my laptop and my backpack, and I'm like, where can I go plug in? And she's like, I think you can go sit at that table over there. I think there's a plug in there. I go look, there's a plug in there, and I sit down like in the very far corner, like the southeast corner, but it's right by a door. And after I get plugged in and I get my laptop up, and I'm just sitting there by myself doing my thing, working. A few people go in and out of that door that's right behind me, and it seems like that's the place where people go to take smoke breaks. So some of the patrons go in and out, some of the employees go in and out. Probably about an hour in, I get up and I go to the men's room, and on my way back, somebody almost runs into me, and it's a younger gal, and she's fairly attractive, and she's like in a tan dress, which is unusual for this establishment. Like most people are in shorts or jeans and t-shirts, like it's that casual of an environment. And she like gives me like a flirty little smile, and I'm like, no, I didn't just see a flirty little smile. And I go and I sit down. So eventually, right after my food order comes to me, which is a couple of hours in now because I wasn't hungry right away. As soon as my food order comes in, she comes over to me, and she's been in and out of the side door a couple of times. So I'm like, she's going to go take smoke breaks. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Whatever. But right after my food is ordered, she comes back in from the side door, and she locks eyes with me, and she comes over and she rubs my back, and she goes, "You're handsome." And I was like, what the heck? I'm like, are you hungry? Do you need some food? Like, this is a bigger plate than I can eat. You're welcome to have some of this. Because I thought maybe that's what was going on. She's like, oh, no. I have a food order in. I don't need any of your food. And she didn't really have a food order in. But there's something going on. She was under the influence of something. I don't know if it was alcohol or something else. I don't know. But I knew she was under the influence of something. So she walks away. And probably like 15 minutes later, she comes back to go back to the side room, to the side door that's behind me. And she gets out there, and there's like raised voices and yelling going on out there. And there are other guys out there. And occasionally the bartender goes out there too, which is a female bartender.
Sorry.
And it got my attention because it's raised voices, like there's yelling going on. There's not just like talking loud. But why did she have nice hair? Her hair was pulled back in behind her head. I don't know. It wasn't like a bun, but it was like pulled back behind her head, like a low bun maybe. So I didn't get a look at her hair, but that was totally beside the point, because she's under the influence of something. Then she's going out to the side room, and there's yelling going on out there. And then she comes back in, and she looks at me, and she touches my arm again, and she goes, "You're handsome." And I'm like, "Are you okay? Do you need some help? Is everything all right?" She's like, "Oh, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine." And then she walks off after I ask her if everything's okay. So then she goes back out again, like after another 15, 20 minutes, she goes back out to that side room again. And there's more yelling, like not just raised voices, but like yelling, like angry yelling type of stuff. So I'm like, all right, I got to go see what's going on out there. So I go out the side door. I'm just making sure that she's not like, there's nothing going on. Like there's no violence going on out there, or unwanted whatever going on. Because other people are also in and out of that side door, mostly employees, and it looks like regular patrons who know what that side room is for. So I walk in there, they're all sitting down. They stop whatever conversation they were having when I walk out there. So I'm like, okay, it's all cool. So I walk back in the restaurant. A third time she comes back, and she touches the side of my face. And I'm like, can I get you an Uber or a Lyft home or something like that? Like, can I help you in any way to get home safely? And she's like, nope, I'm good, and walks away. And then she goes back out a fourth time, and there's more yelling and stuff. And I'm like, there's something going on out there that's that's not cool. So I texted 911 and I'm like, they're like, does it appear like she's in danger? I'm like, no, she appears to be not in any danger that I know of, but there's something going on that's not cool with all the yelling and stuff. And it was like after she was out there for an extended period of time and there was yelling for an extended period of time. So the cops show up and they go after her to try and get her name and figure out what's going on. And she won't cooperate. She's being like really resistant to it, which I understand, but she's intoxicated on some level. And eventually they talk her. Actually, so she sits down at the bar. I'm not at the bar. I'm over in the corner at a table. She sits down at the bar next to a couple of people that are complete strangers to her. I find out later. And she's like, I'm going to sit down with my friends and my name is ABCXYZ. She won't tell them her name or anything. And then she says, like, and my son is at the hospital and he's in cardiac arrest. Like she has a story like that. I'm like, okay, I know what's going on now. So one of the people that she sits down next to actually buys her an Uber home. And the cops are like, okay, that's fine. We don't have evidence of anything. We don't have probable cause for it to detain you or anything like that. So get in the Uber and go home. And I'm cool with that because that's like, okay, she's going to get home safely. So she gets in the Uber to leave and the cops see her to the Uber and they see the Uber off and the cops leave. And the people at the bar are like, hey, come over here and sit with us. So I go over there and I sit with them. And suddenly one of the ladies comes running back in from the parking lot. She says, she just hit my car. And I'm like, we're all like, who hit your car? That gal that was just here. So she apparently told her Uber driver to turn around and drop her off back in the parking lot. And she got in a car and she hit another car in the parking lot. And then she took off. So then the cops have to be called again and the cops come back and it's not the same cops. So this new cop that shows up doesn't have the story. But the gal sitting next to me at the bar was also a true crime junkie and she was also celebrating her birthday. So we're like, cool, happy birthday. Now we have a birthday memory. That's it. That's the short version.
Well, hopefully she got home safe and didn't get her a hit and run DUI.
Well, that's what I was mostly worried about. When I hear the yelling going on in that side room and she seems to be okay, but I'm not 100% sure she's okay. I don't want to get involved. I do not want to get involved. I don't want to hear things that I don't want to hear. But I got to make sure that people are okay. Like I needed to know that she was going to be okay. So I feel bad that the cops got involved, but I also don't feel bad that I know that she was as well as she could be based on the situation because she was flirting with all the guys in the bar. And I have no doubt that any number of them could have taken advantage of her in her state. Have no doubt.
Well, you also have to realize that may have been something she was quite used to doing. Drinking too much and coming on to all the men. So bless her heart. Hope she can get sober or off whatever she was on and don't go out and do that no more. Because one day you'll run into the wrong man. And I've seen women walk up to men in bars and say all kinds of things I'd never thought I'd hear a woman say to a man. And put herself in jeopardy at that point. So let's hope she got home safely and all is well with her. Good for you for, trying to help her get home safely and not be the fool to take advantage of her. Because most men, if a woman's touching up on your face and coming on to you, most men take that open door. Not most, but some will take that open door. So that should be also a reminder of how horrible drugs and alcohol can be for you. When you don't know what you're doing. I couldn't imagine getting to a point where I don't know what I'm doing. I can't. My brain don't work like that. We got movement in the courtroom, guys.
Hey, perfect timing for the end of the story, right?
Maybe they'll get a good minute in before the lunch break. Let's see. Hearing's back.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document, with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission...
Hold on.
Sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. I see what you're...
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of a text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it?
Yes.
And you reviewed it on a computer?
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel.
Sorry, I had walked to the kitchen. I had to go grab something. Okay. Sidebarring. Well, Joe, I think a lot of us would want to make sure the woman's okay. How far my involvement goes depends on the situation at hand. Uh oh, my phone was turned up. My involvement will depend on the situation, whether I turn my head and keep going or get involved. You know what I mean? Case by case. Yeah, people don't always get involved, though. Do we knock them for not doing it? Sometimes, what if she'd have become combative and turned on Joe? And, I'm not saying that would have happened. I'm just saying people are jaded. Does that make sense? Good morning, Rachel. It's always that thought, when do we step in and when do we not? Right? And if it really bothers you, step in by all means. But I also know that I can't be the adult police. Can't even police my own crew sometimes. Yeah, if my kids are with me, different set of circumstances, right, Carrie? I might put myself in jeopardy all day long, but not my babies. Not today. That's my sole job, is to protect those kiddos. Ain't no fool gonna come along and mess that up. Well, the judge is, to be fair, she's allowed a couple of things that she should have allowed for the defense, and I was actually pleased by that. A couple of times yesterday, she surprised me. I was like, "Oh, Bev, okay." The juror's hearing a lot. The jury is actually hearing a lot that the defense is able to bring out in their cross. If you pay attention to what the defense says during those cross examinations, a lot of stuff is coming to the surface, and those juries are absolutely hearing it. I've heard it, right? Right out of their mouths. So I hope they're listening and putting the story together. I like that she allowed the crash experts in. I mean, so far I don't got no beef with old Bev. I know people do, and I didn't never understand why. I tried to figure it out. Was it because she didn't give hearings? Was she ruling against the law? What exactly was it? Was it just we support Karen, so we don't like her kind of thing? I didn't know for sure. But so far, I don't have no big issues with Bev, except for her break taking and stuff. A little much. Sidebars. Girl, I'm 5'3". My dog used to go everywhere I went. Wasn't nobody coming after me. Not with that dog around. I'm 5'3" and very petite. Don't let that fool you for 1 second. When someone found that out about me on the YouTube, they're like, "Are you kidding?" I'm like, "No, I'm 5'3" and I'm like really tiny. I don't try to be. It's just I have autoimmune. It is what it is. They're like, "We really pictured you as like 6 feet tall and overweight." I'm like, "What? Am I that aggressive?" I'm trying to tone back the aggressiveness just a little bit. I do check myself and look in the mirror and own my shit, unlike others. Not y'all, people I know, in real life. I can't expect others to own their crap if I can't do that for myself. That's the pot calling the kettle black kind of stuff. I think Joe left us, y'all. He's like, "I'm done with my story and I'm not sticking around now." He gave us the Irish goodbye. Did y'all notice that? kind of like Higgins. He's really proud of being Irish. Everything's the Irish goodbye and the Irish whiskey. And okay, dude, we get it. You Irish goodbye that night at 34 Fairview, didn't you? Because nobody even knew you left. He's like, y'all don't got whiskey? All you got's beer? Peace out. I'm not staying long. Going to the house where the whiskey's at. Doe, I can't predict when she's going to come back either. If y'all expect me to do that, y'all are expecting a whole lot out of this creator. I'm just joking. I don't know. I don't know when she's coming back either. It's the beauty of covering a live trial, right? Yeah, well, go get your work done. That way you don't have to work and lurk later. You can just lurk. Get your work done while she's on a break. Right? There's all them times, Carrie. It just comes over you and they better get away. Leave you alone. If I don't get alone time, enough alone time, I feel it in my soul and I can't function. Like, everybody leave, get gone. Let me have my alone time because I treasure it. Yeah, Butterfly Morning, another break already. They're trying to narrow down what they can actually say to Yuri here without it being too bad. I don't know what the hell they're talking about now. So I try my best to entertain y'all while they're on a break, but maybe I should just not talk at all. No, I can't do that. I can't stand to go to a live stream and there's dead air for no reason. It's like, why? You can't think of things to say? Mine may not be real great to listen to, but I can think of things to say. Most of the time. I do appreciate you guys coming over here and joining us to watch the trial. I know you guys have lots of options, so we're getting good numbers. If y'all don't mind, hit the like button while you're watching. It only takes a second, like literally just a second. Appreciate it. The likes need to match the number of views, and right now the math ain't mathing. So you're watching, but maybe you don't like. That's okay too. Thanks for the watch. But I appreciate my chatters and my community coming in and hanging out and sharing their thoughts on this trial with us. That's what it's all about. I don't want to bring up anything to present until lunchtime because they're not going to irritate me when they go back to court. Yeah. They got to get rid of that. Go back to the light fixture though, because that fan makes me dizzy if I look at it too long. I have to turn it off. Like, I wish I could just reach up there and stop it. Like, I keep wanting to hit this pause button, but then I wouldn't know when the actual feed came back on. The struggle is real, y'all. What do I do? I thought I just saw movement. Well, thank you, ladies. I appreciate it. Y'all know how much I appreciate y'all. I really do. My consistent little chatting community. I love it, though, because I love to read y'all's comments and see what you're thinking as well. Y'all know that. I don't want to be a channel where I want to just invite people to come up and hear me talk and give my opinions. I want to hear everybody's opinion. Whether I like it or not, I still want to hear it. Don't watch the fan, it will hypnotize. I'm trying not to because it legit makes me dizzy if I look at it too long. Yeah, I gotta go make me some fresh coffee, Rachel. My kiddo got back with my little bit of groceries until my pickup tomorrow. My lunch is in there as well. So I'm like, which one do I want first? I think I want lunch and then some afternoon coffee. That's usually my routine for this trial streaming stuff. But I like to eat while they're on morning break or before they go to lunch, actually. So by the time they do go to lunch, I've already had mine and can hang out with you guys. This is the longest sidebar in human history. The longest one. They're up there discussing how deep they can go with this Proctor situation and how bad we can make Yuri look. Yuri's looking a little worn down. They probably didn't have enough pretrial hearings in this thing. Gotta hash it out on the sidebar. They're probably over there redacting stuff on the fly and all kind of stuff going on right now. Agreeing and disagreeing about what they're going to talk about in a minute. How we're going to word it and all the things. July 9th, Koberger allegedly texted with that girl from the Grove. And he just got into Washington. Not long after he moved there. That'd be the party his daddy set him up with the guy with. Hey, can you make
July 9th was the day of the
July 9th, 6:21, they're going to show an image where she received a text. Okay, I don't know. That's all I know. But July 9th was allegedly the day of the party, so maybe that evening at 6:21, maybe he texted her.
Yeah.
Right? He reached out. She never responded, she said. So the screenshot they shows the timestamp of July 9th at 6:21 p.m.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, we got movement again. Pay attention to those details, man. They matter.
We're really trying to be expeditious as we can be.
Are we?
So there was a big stack that
Lord.
that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Did you say messages? It's stacked.
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Do does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response, and that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content. For instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Seriously, Bev? Seriously. We've had like, what, 30 minutes of testimony today so far?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen trying to grab my lunch. She needs to stop it. Interesting text messages already. We start out with the drinking. Try that.
I feel like I'm the only person in the world that
No,
doesn't
you're
drink.
not. I don't.
Really? You don't drink either? I mean, I do socially. I'm not saying I
Yeah,
never
like
drink,
I've
but I
said it
mean,
1,000
like,
times.
it's like a part of these people's
Yeah,
lives. Like,
I
whoa.
drink occasionally at the river with my sister, and that's it. I'm a
Hardcore.
responsible adult.
Mhm.
I don't let it get the best of me. I know when to stop. These people, that's all they do. Yeah, I'm sorry, you can't deny Karen Reed wasn't a big part of that drinking scene.
Jurors, we're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Ms. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
That's agreed, Your Honor.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next...
starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
yes, sir.
Date within?
Where the
yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiancé is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning? Do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty? Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming.
What light is
Why?
she being painted in?
Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant. But I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Ted pole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe. Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. You get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, my birthday, I thought for a few I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things that worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me, last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over to mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys. and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rox Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rox. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
My God, are we in college or are we grown adults here? Holy cow. Messy situation brewing here. Do we get jealous Higgins and lure this man to the Fairview Drive?
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the...
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
Turn the page.
I think starting at, I
Bob's
usually
your
drink
style.
whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rox? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W. Rox? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey, searching for a friend, and then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one, what app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Yeah.
Jurors, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise to the
That was
jury.
brutal for some of y'all, I know.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Scheduling, man.
Goodbye.
I don't think that hurt Karen Reed at all. It doesn't say I'm going to get that guy. He's cheating on me. I'm going to kill him. I'm done. None of that's happening. It's a flirtatious text exchange.
No, because I mean, like she was hurt by him. I mean, I'm sure they both hurt each other, but like she was betrayed. She's just looking at her
I'm
options.
so over their
I don't know.
relationship.
She put her feelers
Well,
out and whatever. He didn't take
their communication is their communication, but what the defense was trying to do with that, and I know y'all aren't fought some of the, I don't feel like, okay, if you listen to the defense opening statements and the theory they laid out, John O'Keefe was lured to the home that night. We got to make the theory work. Guy didn't just show up for a couple of drinks and boom, a fight happened. He was lured there by Higgins because Higgins was jealous of John O'Keefe. Karen was no longer responding to his messages. We've already found that out in earlier testimony. And that's why I know leading up to these texts, she's going to start ghosting him a few days before the incident. Then that night at the bar, she did it again. And the defense has already established that. Now they're establishing this entire thread leading up to the week of, if you watch the dates and you're paying attention. Soon she's going to start ghosting him in this text thread. Now, like it or not, that's just what's happened. But I don't feel like any of that painted Karen in a malicious light. It was to establish this guy's hots for Karen Reed. It was long and boring. It is what it is, But do you get what I'm saying? That's what the whole point of that was. Otherwise, the defense wouldn't have put that out there. They would have fought to keep those out if they felt like they were damaging to their client. because none of that's incriminating to Karen Reed, not to what they alleged happened. Not incriminating at all. Do you think it was? Let's see.
No, they're just definitely implying, trying to implicate
Yeah,
Higgins in
I was looking
here
at chat,
for
getting caught
sure.
up on comments. Dolphin says, Marty, she did something with him. I don't know exactly what, but any thoughts, text later, and then she ghosted him. Yeah, something might have happened. And you know what? Something interesting that they did bring up. John knew that Karen was flirty with this guy because they make the comments in that text thread. John has already looked at the ring cam several times and be walking you out that night where she plants a little kiss on him.
Yes,
So,
I noticed
yeah,
that
when
part. I'm
they're in
like,
that,
okay,
yeah,
oops.
John and Higgins already had met eye to eye at this
Why
point. You
don't
know
you
what I'm
come in?
saying? Establishing a motive. Motive. Remember that when y'all were getting more than text messages. Motive is being established. What are y'all doing? I thought y'all was going to lunch. Good thing I had me a big lunch a little bit ago. Had a nice lunch and made a fresh pot of coffee. All right, guys, before Jesse sneaks in and scares me again, I'm going to take this down, and we'll come back to that in a little bit for a lunch break. Now, something interesting was posted on Twitter a few minutes ago that I do want to look at and show you guys. I got a buddy who, a little go-to buddy on the Twitter. Anyway, he posted a curious looking, well, I've seen the document, but I want to share it again. Let me pull up his page. This is an account that I've been following on Twitter for a very long time. Where'd he go? Where are you at, buddy? Hang on, let me pull it up first. Oops. There he is. At Matt Black Inc. Some of you may be familiar with him. He has a YouTube channel as well, and he has a huge Twitter account. He's from across the pond, but he's one of my go-tos for really good sources. Documents, all things Susan Morphew, by the way, I may add. Thank you for your work, sir, because it's important. All right, he posted, let me get this pulled up and I'll share the screen. This is a document on Mr. Proctor. Okay, Twitter post. Let me get us out of the way. Okay. So this document here, I don't know if you guys can see it that well. I'm sorry if you can't. I can't make it any larger. So this is Trooper Proctor on March of 2024. Failure to respond to an incident according to established procedure. Trooper's participation in an ongoing criminal investigation. Trooper provided information about a homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel. Then the second charge, officer or other misconduct, failure to respond to an incident according to established procedure, provided information about potential investigation steps and police actions related to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel. And the next one, failure to respond to an incident according to established procedure, again, provided information about potential witnesses to a homicide investigation to non-law enforcement personnel. So there was 3 of those. Another one, conduct unbecoming, sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text messages to non-law enforcement personnel about a suspect in a homicide case, Karen Reed. Failure to respond to another incident according to the procedures, sent derogatory, defamatory, and disparaging text about suspect in a homicide investigation. This one down here at the bottom, another charge was alcohol or drug abuse, consumed alcohol while on duty. Why was that not surprising to us, right? Second one, consumed alcohol, then operated his department-issued cruiser. Failed to respond to an incident according to a procedure. Engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into dispute. So I just wanted to show you guys that document that's out there as to why Proctor is no longer employed as a police officer. Yeah, shady dude. You got a lot. That's not good. It's a bad thing to have on your record, all that. Losing your pension and all that. Was it worth it, dude? Was it worth it? What's he flaunting, y'all? Might tell John, right? Mm-hmm. Of course, Firefly, right?
Did they go to lunch, or is this just another sidebar before they go to lunch? I didn't
They're at
hear them
lunch.
say.
Yeah, it's
Oh, they are?
lunchtime.
Okay.
If you need to go to lunch and come back in a little bit, you go for it. I understand. That's why I eat.
I've already got my lunch.
I'm going to be streaming, and I'm not like taking it down and coming back up in 30 minutes. So I just keep it running. I ate beforehand. All right, guys. So let me bring up the screen, and we'll look at the stuff I was telling you about earlier. We're going to take a look at the Dateline piece. Y'all take it with a grain of salt. Believe what you want. I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm just here to share what's out there. Okay, let me get it pulled up and ready for us. Now, this is a piece that was done on, let me get it for us. We already saw you, Benny. We saw your cute little skit this morning. Okay. The two to present here. The first one is from Today's Show. Okay, from the Today Show, their little piece about the upcoming Dateline that is supposed to air tonight. And then KTVB also has a piece where they interview Keith Morrison. We'll look at that as well. All right, so this came out on NBC News, and this is Dateline's trailer to the show they're going to have tonight. So I'll let it play all the way through, and then we'll discuss what's being said. Let me get us off the screen so everybody can see. Okay, make this bigger. There we go. Here we go.
In this house, just steps from campus, in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were stabbed to death. Their accused killer, Brian Koberger, faces trial this summer. He's pleaded not guilty. For the last 2.5 years, Dateline has been on the ground, reporting, gathering, and learning from people with direct knowledge of the case. We've obtained things that have never before been seen publicly, like these security videos from a camera on a house near the murder scene, videos that show a white sedan, a car that investigators believe was driven by Brian Koberger making repeated passes at the King Road house that night before the murders. With evidence like this and our reporting, we have assembled a timeline for the weeks, months, and days before and after the murders. Starting with a pool party Koberger attended in July, just after he...
Sorry, I need you to come up here, Mr. Smo. Explain this to me. I'm so curious as to why you believe that now from that text exchange. I'd love to gauge everybody's responses. So, sorry, guys. I got sidetracked.
moved to the area in pursuit of his PhD in criminology. An exclusive interview with a woman who exchanged numbers with Koberger, then did not return his text.
You know, the universe intervened and for whatever reason just distracted me from further engaging in that interaction.
We'll also reveal records from Koberger's cell phone that are in the possession of law enforcement and Google searches regarding the serial killer Ted Bundy. We have also seen these. Dozens of photos in Koberger's cell phone, browsing history, women from Washington State and the University of Idaho, including close friends of the King Road victims. Dateline has also obtained records showing the details of what an FBI cell phone expert has claimed to be in the month before the murders, 23 occasions when Koberger's phone connected to a cell tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters of the house at 1122 King Road. And in the hours after the murders, details of the timing of phone calls Brian Koberger made to a phone linked to his parents just before the controversial selfie he took. And we'll talk to the mother whose daughter was supposed to be staying in the house the night of the murders, but a change of plans may have saved her daughter's life.
How soon?
They're not back yet, guys. I got it pulled up on the side. I thought they were going to go to lunch, but we're going to talk about scheduling before that. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm still watching the side, so I got it pulled up.
Was it that you thought, my God, she was going to be there?
I didn't think about that right away.
Oh.
All I could think about was the kids.
Makes you sad too, doesn't it?
It does. Sorry.
So many damaged families. Angela Nevejas told us that her daughter Ashlyn, Maddie Mogan's best friend, moved away from Idaho and now refuses to come home to visit because of the trauma associated with the murders. She's hoping some of that may change and Ashlyn will start to grieve after Brian Koberger's trial. Back to you, Greg and Savannah.
Such a heartbreaking story, Keith. Thank you. And we know we'll have more on Dateline. We'll look forward to that. I want to turn now to NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett, who's here. You follow this very closely, too. And now we're starting to see some of the case that the prosecution plans to present. What do you think is the significance and how compelling will it be to a jury?
Yeah, there's no question you can't watch that and not think the prosecution has a very strong case here. But there are defenses that Koberger's team can offer. It's just a question if the jury finds them convincing. So on the white sedan, for instance, nobody sees Koberger get in and out of that car. Nobody even sees him leave the house. All you have is a surviving roommate seeing bushy eyebrows, but not actually IDing Koberger there. On the cell phone tower, they can put up an expert to say cell phone towers are not that accurate. We already know that they're going to say he liked to drive around at night, and so there's nothing that suggests that he was actually casing the joint, as that's basically the prosecution's theory there. Googling Ted Bundy, that does not look good, right? Objectively, that does not look good. But he's a criminology student, and it's not a crime to Google serial killers.
Laura Jarrett doing her best defense attorney this morning. And you know, you find in trials, you know, any particular piece of evidence can be batted down, but sometimes it's the totality of the evidence.
Of course, the biggest piece is that his DNA is found in the crime scene, and the defense is going to have to try to explain that, according to prosecutors.
What about motive, Laura? The fact that even now, a couple years after the murders themselves, no motive has been presented.
I think I've always found that curious. Jurors like to attach to a story, and I think they're going to want to at least hear what the state has to offer on that. And I think by the time we get to trial, prosecutors are going to have something. Was it stalking? Did he target them? They're going to want to understand what the prosecution's theory is. Why did he pick these particular students?
But they don't have, do they have to?
No,
Okay.
they do not have to offer a motive. We should be clear about that. That's not a part of the case, but I'm just saying as they're laying it out to flesh it out, they might want to.
Makes sense, Laura. Thank you so much. Sure. And Craig getting his court TV on. I love it.
I love being sandwiched between two lawyers.
I know, and I'm proud of you. You're like, motive is not an element of the crime. Well done, my friend. Okay, reminder, you can see Keith's full report tomorrow night, all new.
What'd you think about that? The interview with the girl from the Grove is going to be interesting if they really did get her.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what, just how much of an interaction she had with him. It might have just been as simple as can I have your number?
It wasn't a big interaction. Yeah, it's going to show that. I mean, I'm not, banking. Oh my God, I'm just saying they're going to talk to her. I don't think it was a huge interaction either.
But still, I want to hear her thoughts on him. Like, how did he come across? Did he seem creepy?
I'm willing to give it a fair evaluation before I make a determination against what I think about it until I see the whole thing in context. You know what I mean? So some of y'all think those text message exchange showed Karen in a bad light.
I didn't. Not at all.
It shows, adults.
To me, it just shows she was upset. It doesn't even show me that. She knew it was imminent that her relationship was going to end. She knew it was at the end of the relationship. She wanted to vent to him and sort of reach out.
You know what
to
it
see
shows
if he
me?
was,
It shows me messy adults drinking and flirting with each other. It doesn't show me a woman who's full of jealous rage and is about to go commit murder.
No, definitely not.
It shows me a bunch of messy adults drinking and flirting with one another, which will and can lead to very bad situations. Happens all the time. Happens all the time.
Because she even said she was less worried about the cheating, potential cheating, and she really didn't think he ever cheated. He just kissed that one girl. She was more concerned with how he accused her of spoiling the kids. That interaction was bigger than
they were both flirting
cheating.
with other people to make each other jealous, and that's obvious. But that still doesn't escalate to I'm going to run you over and leave you on the side of the street to die in the cold and go home and then frantically call you, cussing you out, leaving you horrible voicemails. They've established we have a very toxic relationship here with a bunch of alcohol involved. That's about all they've been able to establish, except for Higgins' possible jealousy. Because that's where the defense is going with this, guys. If not, please go back and watch the opening statements. because you got to follow their story to follow this storyline they're laying out for you to understand why they're doing what they're doing. You got to go back to the opening statements.
My alternate suspect has always been Higgins.
It is the defense's
Always.
alternate suspect as well. Go back and watch the opening statements and listen to what they said.
Last trial, it was more Colin Albert.
But we can't place Colin Albert in that home when everybody says he's left. I don't know what his phone data says. I haven't got there yet. I always wondered how that Colin kid, why'd y'all stick him in the mix? And y'all know these grown ass men did this. If y'all can't prove they did, we got to put it on somebody's list. Poor little Colin. I don't know. Could have been Colin. Hell, I don't know. But Higgins is not looking too favorable, especially when Higgins texts John directly, "Are you coming?" He didn't text Karen. He texts John, "Are you coming?" Go back and listen to the opening statements. And the minute he got in that house, Higgins was waiting with his buddy Brian, according to the defense. Okay. Oops, let me get this back up here. Well, I don't guess y'all all have a lot of thoughts on the Dateline stuff or the leaked footage and all the car times that are running around out there, but I am so here for it. So I'm gonna, like I said, that one document shows all the times that 1112 footage shows. Who from the prosecution or law enforcement's leaking the Dateline, I don't know. It's not my beef with them. Somebody else can go figure that out. And trust me, they're already big mad that it's happened and they're trying to get to the bottom of it. But y'all go ahead and do you. I am not stressed about it. No, Joe, actually right now we have two witnesses who state very different things. You have Jen McCabe saying she was at the door looking out and saw Higgins' Jeep sitting there. But you have Nagel coming in saying no Jeep was there. Those are the two people who claim they saw the Jeep. Julie, little Miss Billy Badass on the stand, I don't care for her, so I'm just discrediting her altogether. I saw a blob on the lawn. So I need to know what time Higgins left, right? He still says between 12:30 and 1 during his first testimony. 12:30 and 1 is not good enough. I'm sure your phone you destroyed would have helped pinpoint your location better that night and the time you left. But
So answer me this, because yes, okay, it was very good. We watched the testimony from last year. If he showed up to his office at the police department at 1:27, he used his badge to clock in, right? 1:27. So where the heck was he
Exactly.
all that time? If he left between 12:30 and 1, I think it was much closer to
I would
1.
think it was 1 or later.
Or I don't know where he was.
Look, if something
Yeah.
just went down in that house the minute John O'Keefe entered the home at 12:30-ish, 1 hour later, Higgins is still contending with the mess at hand. Or he's gonna get to invite somebody into my home, harm them, and then dip, and leave me to clean up the mess? I don't think so, boy. Get your tail back here. Not happening. Not unless Brian Albert's willing to die for Brian Higgins. Right?
No.
So, I wonder who's going to testify next, though.
I don't know. I don't know. They've been going all over the place.
They're
Don't
trying
tell.
to tell their story, but they need to be a little more cohesive. Waiting for the defense to get. Good Lord, I don't know how many more we got left to go through on the prosecution side. I haven't counted exactly how many are left on that witness list that I have. Yeah, they're already trying. Already trying. That car looks a lot like a white Elantra, though, doesn't it? In these newer this other footage we've been able to see now.
Well, they're still gonna be like, well, we don't know. It's
Well, we don't.
his white Elantra, though.
I can sit here and
I know.
honestly and tell you I don't know that's Brian Koberger's car. I'm no car expert. I can tell you as a human with eyeballs and a logical brain that it looks similar to a white Elantra. But I had my son tell me this morning, who doesn't know anything, tell me that looks like it could possibly be a Chrysler 200, Mom, or a Hyundai. not knowing anything about what that car on that video was, except being a car guy. And I was like, oh, you did not just say Chrysler 200 about drop my coffee, because I know what that implied. Well, personally, you know what I mean? So again, we can't prove that's his car, but it's not harmful to say it looks a lot like it. It's always looked like a white sedan circling its prey over there. I don't know why we can't just say that honestly, but I can honestly tell you I don't know who's in that car, and I don't know what kind of car it is, but I know what it looks like.
Yeah, Butterfly,
Well,
she did say she saw him in, but she's also said
she
she
said, yes,
didn't
she
see
said
him
she
go in,
didn't.
so that changes. Her testimony changes.
Recent testimony by Karen Reed, she says she didn't see him go into the house. Like he got out of the truck and walked toward it, and I guess she's sitting in there in the dark. She assumed he got inside because he never came back out, according to Karen Reed, to tell her, yes, we're good to go to come on in, or no, we're leaving. He never came back out. She tried to call him, got aggravated because he wouldn't answer, and that's when she left. So she left him there, she thought. Bella's mom just lives around the corner. Remember, we heard about her jealousy about Bella's mama. Good God, poor Bella's mama. Poor Bella. She's like, why is my name getting drug up all into that? Okay. Okay, that's not the right one. Hold on. Okay, let me. Okay. This is KTVB. Oh, wait, that's the wrong button. And they are still gone. I think they went to lunch after their little sidebar meeting. Yeah. I'm still watching the stream. I'm still watching the feed. Okay, this is another little piece by KTVB, and they do a little bit more with Keith Morrison here.
The courts will decide whether he committed these murders or not, but we can show you the evidence that they have assembled.
Tonight, we are giving you a look at the new Dateline episode featuring what NBC calls never before reported evidence in the Moscow murders case.
The trial for the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 is set to start in Ada County in August. Abby Davis talked to Dateline correspondent Keith Morrison this afternoon. And Abby, what can people expect from the episode this week?
Well, the 2-hour special, The Terrible Night on King Road, will air right here on NBC tomorrow night. Morrison.
Dolphin, are you in chat? Can we stream that tonight? Because I can't recall if the last time we tried to do that, it wouldn't let us while it was live. Did we have to wait? I can't remember.
Says it'll help clear up the timeline of events the night before and morning of the murders.
This is all in the possession of law enforcement, but it's been held pretty close to the vest.
Ahead of Dateline Friday, correspondent Keith Morrison sheds light on new details he says will be revealed in the Moscow murders case.
It has not been out in public at all.
The special comes 2.5 years after University of Idaho students Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death in an off-campus home.
We don't know why he would have selected the people he selected.
Brian Koberger, the man accused of the murders, will stand trial in Ada County in August. Morrison says Dateline is sharing photos, videos, and other digital materials from the investigation into the murders for the first time. Specifically, this video NBC obtained of a white car investigators say was seen in the area around the time of the killings.
We're able to tell you what kind of material Brian Koberger was downloading on his phone, who he was calling, where he was calling from, when he was calling, what his timeline was, what his interests were.
Dateline also interviewed former U of I students, including a woman who says she met Koberger at a pool party just months before the murders. Koberger was a graduate student in criminology at nearby Washington State University at the time.
I definitely felt a little obligated to chat with him because to me he seemed a little awkward, kind of like you might expect for a PhD student who didn't know anyone at the party and was maybe trying his best to kind of get out there and be social and make friends.
Morrison tells me they spoke with criminology and genetics experts, as well as a woman who says her daughter was supposed to be in the house that night. Do sources have concerns about any of the evidence, specifically the DNA on the knife sheath, or how the evidence was collected by law enforcement?
We did talk about that. We got into it in some detail. It may not have been quite in the rule book, but in a case where they felt that there was a significant public interest in finding the answer, they may have gone outside the rule book to get the information they did.
Ada County District.
Oh, they may have went outside the rule book to get the guy on IGG. Keith, what are we talking here? Can I get an interview, mister? What rule book? Oh, Lord, outside the bounds, y'all.
Judge Stephen Hippler recently denied Koberger's attempt to throw out evidence law enforcement says led them to him. Like us, Dateline has been following this case since the very beginning. This is the show's third episode about the murders, and again, you can watch the special.
Yeah, Dateline will strike you in a heartbeat, Carrie, if you try to play their stuff, especially on a live stream or anything like that. You can stream it in Discord, but you can't do it while it's live. It will not let you. We've tried. But yeah, people are clipping things from it. Sometimes with those kind of pieces, if you clip them to do a video and you go to edit it, the screen is completely black. They have some sort of tools they use and you cannot do it. It can be super aggravating. So the screenshot on that text with her and Koberger was July 9th at 6:31 or 6:21 in the evening. What do we don't know? Well, let's see, Firefly. They got the Grove interview, something we didn't know. That text messages that she's exchanged with him, stuff that may be on Koberger's phone, but I'm just curious to know how they know that. But the way I don't want to know, I don't care. I know I can't take that stuff to heart. It is what it is. Google searches referencing Ted Bundy. What were you looking at Ted Bundy's stuff for? I know why I look at it, but why do you? Dozens of photos from BK's phone. What could they be? His browsing history. Details of the 23 prior visits, one within 100 miles of the home. Dateline was one of the first media outlets to come out and report about the 12 pings that turned out to be true in court documents. BK calls his parents just before the bathroom selfie. Ashlyn Couch's mother is interviewed, which we know Ashlyn and her mother have joined together for a foundation. I presented that here on the channel already. Yeah. I'm curious to see what else they dug up. Who's talking? Let them talk. I don't care. I'm tired of the secrets. 1 minute we're tired of the secrets in Idaho, but we don't want nothing leaked. I do. Give me something to talk about. Yeah. We can't police some streets, that Koberger crowd. And right now, like Benny Politan can't even wear a certain colored tie right now without getting accused of being a Kara Reed hater. That's how far it's gone. Yeah, that's what I said, Dolphin. I said the same thing. That it's out of bounds was the IGG stuff. Just the way he put it, the people gonna run with that one. They went out of bounds. Yeah, they did with that IGG. We know. All right. So Sunday, guys, we're going to present some information on the case of the disappearance of Crystal Rogers. Like I said this morning, there's 3 men arrested and accused of her murder. Crystal's never been found. 10 years. Her father was murdered on his property a year into her investigation, and her father wasn't just waiting on the police to find it. He was actively trying to find his daughter's killer, and Tommy was on to the killers. Tommy had tons of information locked away on investigating his daughter's disappearance. When Tommy was a young man in Kentucky, his sister, Sherry, come up missing. She was young, she was pregnant, and she was married. Turns out her husband unalived her. Fast forward, many years go by and his daughter goes missing. Curiously enough, her then boyfriend had been asking questions about the disappearance of her aunt that was, what happened back in the day. Next thing you know, Crystal comes up missing. A year later, her father's murdered. It's a crazy story with a lot of layers. The family that is accused of her boyfriend was eventually arrested. He's also the father of her youngest child. His family could be heavily involved. They all had to go testify before a grand jury. lo and behold, they decide it's okay to go in there and record our testimony and get caught. So they did all the things. There's a lot to unpack with that case, and we'll look at it on Sunday because I'm getting ready for the trial of Brooks Houck. I'd like to know when his brother, the cop, will be arrested right along with him. It's about time they need to. I hope they find Crystal. Gosh. Yeah, Butterfly, I'm going to present some stuff by Shay McAllister. She does a really good deep dive and can give us some really good background on the case. Crystal's mother, everything she's been through with the kids and everything. And they are still not in session yet, guys. It's June or July, Butterfly. I got the last court hearings all saved as well. That DNA on that hair, they were trying to, yeah. Crystal's father, they got the car back once it was found on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and the cops took the car and did a shitty job processing the car. They gave the car back to her dad. He preserved the car, preserved it. Had a CSI team come in and do CSI on that car. And I watched the whole thing go down. It was crazy. The stuff that investigators missed while processing that car that shouldn't have been overlooked at all. Her brother tried to tell them my sister wasn't driving her car. How does he know? Because Crystal was a tall woman and she drove her car with her seat slid all the way back and the seat reclined a little bit. Whoever drove Crystal's car that day and left it on the Blue Ridge Parkway had the seat all the way pulled up and straight. Crystal wasn't driving the car. He tried to tell them that. Tire was flat, car keys, cell phone, purse, all still in the car, as if she got up and left the car. Her brother said, my sister is the kind of woman that will drive forever on a flat tire till she gets to somewhere safe. She's done it before. Law enforcement needs to learn to listen to families when they're trying to tell them about their loved ones' behaviors, right? Oh, you sure she didn't run off and leave her family and just got tired of life? No, she'd never do it in a million years. Why don't they believe people when they tell them that? Yeah, Butterfly, I got that one. Then they had another one as well that I had saved, so I got those two together. Thank you for having my back, because you know which cases I'm following. You do know that, and I appreciate that because you send me stuff I miss. That's why you are my mod. Yes, they missed so much with that car. It was sad. It's really sad how much they missed that could have led to an arrest much, much sooner. And when the FBI was at the family farm a year ago, not even a year ago, they were back out there excavating the property again, looking for Crystal. And they have not come out and said what they have found or did or didn't find. You know what I mean? I hope they get some resolution for Sherry's sake. That poor woman's been through the ringer, and a lot. Endure your daughter being missing and then your husband being killed, trying to find out who, was responsible for your daughter disappearing. It's divine intervention, Butterfly. It's how it works. They were like, Butterfly, get this information to Salty because she's not seeing it. The true crime gods were speaking to you. There's only a few people who out there, creators wise, who follow Crystal's case. It's just Kentucky is not real great about letting you have access to documents unless you're a Kentucky resident, which I don't like. So I don't fool with Kentucky a lot because of that reason. It's aggravating because the Mickey Steins case is just as bad. But Court TV, if they air that trial, will air it as well. I'm waiting to see if we're going to get access to the trial or not. We do have access to the hearings. I know Brooks didn't want it aired. And I don't recall what the judge's ruling was on that. I'd have to go back through my Crystal Rogers case files and look. I was obsessed with that case for so long. I was so glad when they finally made an arrest. And do you think anybody will ever be charged in the death of Jason Ellis? Jason was the police officer that was killed, ambushed, and the bullet that came from the gun. Okay, so the reason they arrested the guys who are going to trial for killing Crystal is the brother is a cop. There was a gun sold, and the gun tied back to the bullet used to kill Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, which then connected Brooks and his father to the gun that killed Tommy. And then it goes from there. And we don't know what evidence is out there because this case is sealed because of the ties to the community. You got a cop involved in a wealthy family in a very tiny little Kentucky town with a lot of bad things going down in Kentucky. And it's not just in Bardstown, unfortunately. Kentucky's a shady-ass state. Y'all think Indiana and Canton are bad. Wait till you look at Kentucky. What, Joe? You got a video of some... Oh, LA fire recovery. Every region has their brand of natural disasters, don't they? I hate looking at aerial footages out here after a hurricane blows through. It's sad. It's so much corruption, Butterfly. Kentucky is unfortunately full of it, and they have a massive drug problem on their hands. It's massive. It's very unfortunate what happened in Kentucky. And that old sheriff and that old judge over there in Kentucky might have been part of the problem. Oh, yeah. Well, a lot of places do in the South, right? I'm in the South, I know. them Northerners, they just run the pat on the back, we got this, here's some money under the table. But them good old boys, that shit goes different, don't it? It hits different. Sorry, guys, I'm scrolling comments, just looking at what you guys are saying. Yeah, it was a bad one. Helene was... It took a long time for my area to recover after Hurricane Ivan. It got so depressing. I got so sick of going outside and seeing piles of debris everywhere for nearly a year. My house didn't look no better. It was a pile of rubble. Ooh, which reminds me, I'm approaching hurricane season. Damn it. I got to stock up on some supplies. I have to have my stuff together, so I'm not one of them last minuters trying to get bread and water when the shelves are empty. I know better. Canton does too. Firefly, you there? Did you step away for a moment? You never thought I'd ever have to deal with a hurricane in the mountains, right? Yeah, and it hits different there too because you guys have that elevation and all the water, and where's it going to go? Where it's different here, it floods and all, but then it's a different. It takes it a lot longer for the water to go away where you guys are. Our river's crest, it may be a week or so, but we'll get out of it eventually. Yeah, the first 72 are on you during hurricane season, and that is no joke. You can't expect a first responder to run out as soon as a hurricane's over, right? They may not even be able to get to you. Trees could be down, power lines, water everywhere. They may not be able to get to you right away. So the rule of thumb is the first 72 are on you. And I'm always ready for that first. I'm good to go for a week. What y'all talking about? Y'all may not be able to get to me for a freaking month. I'm up in the boonies. It might take a minute to clear away all them trees that may fall on that road to my house. Oh, well, fortunately here in Florida, we do have a decent governor when it comes to hurricane recovery. If our governor wasn't, no matter who our governor is, he has to be on top of hurricane recovery or you're out the door, buddy. Don't come down here throwing paper towels at people. We will not smile at that. A few did, but we frowned upon that shit. That's rude. Come down here to a bunch of hurricane ravaged people and throw out some paper towels. Dude, I'm gonna slap you with your paper towels. We have a very good response here. Our emergencies go out before the storm so they can be prepared to move in immediately. State of emergency. State of emergency. Everybody hunker down. They're going to close the bridge as soon as it reaches tropical storm status. Get off the islands. Yes, I do. Joe, he pled guilty yesterday to both. Good, right? Save us some time. Oh, Joe, you about had me go down a cussing rant. So, Joe is talking about a story he presented over on his channel about a Haitian immigrant who was living in the United States with his wife and child over in Lafayette, Louisiana. He did something horrendous to his wife and child. Graphic content warning, I'm going to tell you what he did. He unalived his wife and he put his baby in laundry detergent, liquid laundry detergent. Sick individual. So Joe says he pled guilty yesterday. Good. He won't get as stiff a penalty, but, Lafayette, Indiana. Thank you, Joe, for that update. Because I was curious as to whatever happened with that. Case update. I need a coffee refill, as a matter of fact. Well, we didn't even know what was happening until we had already lost service. Yeah. You have to keep your eye on when them storms are coming, right? And the thing about a storm, it can jog to the east or to the west at the last minute. And if you don't know what you're looking at on radar, if you're not used to hurricanes, back in the day we had paper plotting with coordinates. They would give you the coordinates. You'd go to your little paper map and you'd plot that stuff out. I'd watch for any little wobble there was because I knew what that wobble meant. It meant if it was coming at me or not. And that baby might change course at the last minute. They've all been known to do that. I'm a secret weather nerd. Exactly. Everybody, that's what I'm saying, Rachel. Every region has their brand, right, of bad weather to deal with. You got your earthquakes, your fires, you got your tornado areas, you got your hurricanes. It's where everybody has their stuff. And different things affect people at different seasons, right? They have the blizzards up there in Canton. I got humidity coming at the end of the season, but I'm okay with that. Oh, I'm used to riding the storm out, and that's part of who I am, being born and raised in Florida. Teach your babies from the beginning about hurricane prep. Had to make my son get out the generator the other day. Make sure all this works, boy. We ain't getting left out to dry. I got to have an air conditioner or a fan once the power goes out. All the things. Plenty of water. Bread. Don't eat all your hurricane food in the first 72, though, because you might get hungry a few days later. The bad part is trying to find ice when your ice starts to melt. Have plenty of ice beforehand. And get good coolers so your ice will stay cold and not melt quickly. Because normally it's hot here when we have hurricanes, and that stuff will melt quick if you're not careful. Hurricane tips brought to you by Salty Sleuth Investigates today at the lunch break. You're welcome. Y'all are probably so bored of hearing me, some of you. Oh, yeah. You know what? The only time we get like tornadoes here is if they spawn off these hurricanes. A lot of times there are water spouts coming out of the Gulf into the bay and into our properties. Um, and I live up in the boonies, so we get a lot. If they drop tornadoes, they drop them here on the north end of the county. So I have to listen for them now. Y'all didn't get no. Oh, y'all talking about regular storms. I'm saying y'all knew a hurricane was coming though, right? I'm pretty sure they give out pretty good alerts about that. I have a comforting voice. Thank you, Marty. Sometimes I think it might get on y'all's nerves. I have a new headset, but I'm having an audio issue with it, and I haven't took the time to try to even figure it out. So maybe I'll sound better when I get that figured out. Get off this little cheap headset and get up to a little bit upgrade. Oh yeah, dude. My daddy has been filling up milk jugs my entire life. That is a thing. Fill your bathtubs up. Wash your bathtub out if you're not a bathtub washer. Fill your bathtub up. Why? You can flush your toilets. You can give your dogs clean drinking water. You can wash hands. My tub is clean, right? So my tub gets filled up with water because if we get a boil alert, if the water goes out, whatever, I need to flush toilets, I need to water the dogs, I got some extra water. Plus, we fill up plenty of water jugs. We can freeze the water. We can freeze and there's all kind of things. I'm telling y'all, I'm a pro at hurricane prep. Been here almost 60 years. I have to be. You got water. That's right, Joe. Good, clean water. And instant coffee is a must. It may not be the best thing on earth, but I got a little Coleman stove and I have my little propane bottles. I'm prepared. I'm making my coffee come hell or high water. It may be instant, but by God, I'm going to have my coffee. Yep, 2 liters to work as well. I watched my daddy put many a fish inside of a milk jug too, and that's how you freeze it in the freezer. You take a jug out and you got a fish dinner. Ooh, I'm ready to go fishing and get some fresh fried fish. Okay, guys, I got to take a break and go get a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. I don't know where Firefly went, so y'all just chat amongst yourselves a minute, please. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back with fresh coffee. Yeah, you don't realize what you take for granted so you don't have it anymore, right? I have been without power for well, the longest without power once was almost 2 weeks at my grandfather's after Ivan because it destroyed the power box to the house, so we had to wait for a new one to come in. And my grandpa made friends with this guy named he called him Frenchie. Papa was like me. Well, I'm like him. We give out nicknames. So he called him Frenchie because he was from France. And Frenchie made sure my grandfather had electricity and all that before he left that job site. 2 weeks, he would come by every day and check on my papa. But 2 weeks was the longest we had to go. At my home, once I had to go without it for a week. But you don't realize how you miss that stuff, right? Until you don't have it. That's why a generator is a must. Yeah, you got to have that coffee and we can run the generator. I got the big grill out there and I also have my Coleman stove. So I'm getting I want a Generac, man. There you go. Just think about it when you're out without power, how your ancestors once lived back in time, right? Without electricity, you're like, they did this daily. Here we are griping because we got a day or two without the power and can't see to go to the toilet, but they did it all the time. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't complain too bad. Dolphin. I've been thinking about chicken salad. I made some tuna salad the other day and I thought, chicken salad would be. Look, Joe, don't get out the canned chicken. That's a joke about the canned chicken. So, Pipsqueak is bored. We can't have Pipsqueak bored. Do we need to play some video footage for Pipsqueak? What do we need to do? I had a Southwest chicken salad for lunch, a big one, and I ate every bit of it. My tiny little self ate every bite. I haven't had a good chicken salad in a long time, actually. My sister always, I was telling, Joe and I had this, we were talking about making using canned chicken. Colby Ryan says that Lori Vallow used canned chicken for her green chili chicken enchiladas that she rant and raved about. And so Joe and I were joking about eating canned chicken. I was like, well, you know what? My sister's like extremely picky and an excellent cook, but she makes the meanest chicken salad using canned chicken. I don't know how she does it. I was terrified to taste it because it came out of a can and I knew it. She made fun of me, so I tasted it and I was like, damn, girl. I offended the canned chicken for no reason. But she's very picky. She only used certain kind. Yeah, we're spoiled. Got to have that electricity. And that charged up cell phone. So what do, right? You charge up your battery packs, or you go sit in the car for a little while and crank up the AC and cool off and charge your phone at the same time. That's what Floridians do. We go fight over who's going to charge their phone in the car. Who's going to sit in the air conditioner for a little bit? Because that humidity, after a hurricane in Florida, oh my God, the humidity is outrageous because it just rained. And it's like, haha. I have a confession. I use only white meat. That's what my sister Marty was the same way. Only white meat and a certain brand that she would use. Like I said, her canned chicken salad was pretty good. Oh man, my ex-husband Butterfly used to drive me crazy because he'd go sit in the car like he was just gonna melt. And I'm like, dude, it's Jesus Christ. It's a hurricane. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna go sit in the shade and fan myself with something I made to fan myself with, and I'm not gonna try to complain because I'm alive and the house didn't fall down. But if I get too hot, I will go to the car and sit for a few minutes, right? Take my babies and put them in the car too, cool them off, turn on the water hose and let them play. It's a survival game and I can play it well. If there's one thing I can do, it's survive. My shit and get bags usually packed and ready. Yeah, that Florida humidity hits a little different, doesn't it? Texas humidity, everybody's got it except for Joe. Joe don't have no humidity in Arizona. Do you, Joe? I don't think y'all have humidity there. That's why folks with breathing issues leave Florida and go to Arizona. It's like a thing because they can't breathe here. And it is difficult to breathe if you have breathing problems and the humidity's up. It's like your lungs don't want to work. I don't know, Sajoy. That's a good question. How much more are these text messages? I think they're going to continue to read them until they get to the point where Higgins starts to get ghosted by Karen, because they've already testified in testimony about she stopped. The messages stopped. She stopped responding 23rd, 24th, 26th, days before John was found, excuse me. And then that night at the bar, Higgins reached out to Karen, and Karen did not reply. So I think that's where they're going with that, is she stopped responding, but then he still continued to try, or was that a reason for him to get up, be all jealous? You bought a new camper. I am so jealous of this right here, this comment. I bought a new camper and it's wired for solar. I'm researching oh man, Marty, Send me links. I need one. I need one. I'd like to just travel up and down the coast all summer long like a van lifer. You know what I mean? I could so do it. Just give me Wi-Fi and a good laptop, maybe, and a cool thing to live in, like a camper with solar. I hit every little place up and down the coast on the beach. From here to, well, all the way to, I can go all the way to Texas and still stay on the Gulf. I can go all the way down the coast of Florida and still stay on the Gulf. Up and down the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, wait, it's the Gulf of America now. I think legally, finally. I don't even know what it's called anymore, and I live here. It's the Gulf. You guys are awesome. I would be so bored without y'all and talking to myself. Thank y'all for listening to me and hanging out with me. We have to get a members only live scheduled soon. That's what we need to do. We need to come up with a show and a topic of what we want to talk about, what we want to deep dive, all the things. There's been some movement and updates since we did that Rex Hurman only members only live, and then there's been some more updates dropped in the Discord, the Catch List Discord. But I got to go collect those updates and get you guys the latest on that, because they're still going back and forth, I think, over the testing of these darn hairs in that case, and that's going to be huge because it's never been used in New York before. And it's a new type of testing hair follicles, because there's a thing about the roots on the hair, right? Testing rootless hair has always been a problem, and they've developed techniques to do that now. It is not widely used, but it has been used in other states. Just this will be the first time in New York. So that's the problem, and they've been trying to hash out that issue. So we'll have to take a look at that and get that update on that. Marty, are we the same? For real, are we the same? Not married. I'm single by design. I don't date either. Lord knows there's plenty out there who will. I have kids, but they're all grown. I have no ties anywhere. Only ties I have are to my 3 kids and the 2 grandbabies, and they're all on their own now and doing well. So it's very freeing, right? I do live with my son and help with my grandson, but he's the parent and takes care of his kid. So my time is my time most of the time. That's why I didn't get another pet after my last one passed away, because I wanted to be able to walk out that door when I felt like it, right? And not worry about anything at home anymore. That's where I'm at in my life. And it feels good. I worked hard to get here, and I don't apologize for it. My son's like, you just get to stay home. I'm like, dude, do you know what I did all these years you've been alive? You just literally had a birthday. So do you realize what I've been doing the past 34 years? Give me a break. And he just looks at me. He's like, oh, you're right. Leave me alone now. My youngest just turned, well, I keep saying just turned 18, but he's been 18 for almost half a year. So in a half a year, he's going to be a 19-year-old. And I'm going to have to get over saying just turned 18. Yeah. Ooh, be careful on the motorcycle, man. I like to watch out. I'm one of those people. Watch out for the motorcyclists, man. They're just out here trying to be people like y'all. Right? Go Marty. It's time. Do it. A lot of us do that, right? A lot of us live our whole lives for, the right reasons, but not for ourselves. And at some point, it comes that time. Do it for you. You ever wonder why that's why a lot of couples split up after 20 years of marriage? People are like, oh my God, why now? Think about it. Think about where you are at that stage in your life. Are you very different than you were when you got married? Did you grow apart, grow the same way? All the things, you know what I mean? Uh-oh, I got to get the playlist up. I got to go back to court. Y'all are like, yay. I think they just got back to the stand with Yuri. The totality of the conversation.
Trying to set up a hookup to her John.
Oh my
To
God.
her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
He called her angry.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Fucking wow.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone. You know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes.
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
Yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
as a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
Okay. He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not on the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began on January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, starts with Lieutenant, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, so to be fair, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "you coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
Right. And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she could not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m. Correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
And Karen Reed ignored that text. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks. Correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah, because why you keep sustaining that? Because we know there was a call from Higgins to Albert at 2:22 a.m. So in a nutshell, Dolphin, all you missed was this guy comes back on the stand and tells them that he concluded from those text threads that we just got through hearing him read painfully. Yeah, Karen Reed was a scorned woman, out for revenge basically against John O'Keefe. And, Higgins was just a guy talking to her, nothing to see here. He didn't do anything wrong. It was all Karen Reed. She's a malicious woman. That's what he concluded, along with I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And we went to the bar and drank that night. Oh, now she did it. Okay. Chicken salad is having a BOGO special. Oh my God. Only Dolphin gets that kind of luck. Look, she picks out what she wants, and then she goes to get it, and by God, they got a BOGO. She's got lunch and dinner now. She is set for the rest of the day. Oops. Yeah, that's silly. That's what he concluded. You'll have to go back and rewind it and listen. It's right when he comes back on the stand, they go into that. And that's what he says. He concluded from that text thread that Karen was just out to get revenge, so she had to mow him down in the front lawn that night. What? They barely even talked about John. They talked about what they was drinking. They spoke about John a little bit. Karen wasn't trying to share too much. She just kept it surface level. They talked about drinking. Wow. That got you to murder? Damn. Don't go to Canton, guys. You might get in serious trouble just for thinking something. You could think it and they will pin it on you. Don't let your thoughts get you into trouble. Firefly suggested it. I know. She had a good suggestion today, didn't she? Yeah. Let us know how good it is. I'm going to have to get Dolphin when those delivery drones, share your food with me, send it to me. Is that a thing? Can we do that? You got a lot of food apps, Butterfly? I would if I lived near all the restaurants, but y'all know I told y'all I don't, so I only have a couple for when I am in town, right? A few go-tos. Which flavor did you get, Dolphin? Yeah, which kind? She probably got some fancy smancy chicken salad with all the good stuff in it. Do tell. Do tell, sister. We're about to live our life through you soon anyway when you go on that little vacay. We're looking forward to our Dolphin on the Road reports. Dolphin on the Road reports. Okay, when she's doing our check-ins, y'all remind me that's what I wanted to call it. If I don't write it down right now, I will forget. Old South in Buffalo, Barclay. Where are y'all getting this chicken salad from? I missed it where y'all even got it from. You're in different states, so what's happening here? We talking? Where y'all getting this from? A certain restaurant, a grocery store? What are we doing here? Chicken salad place? I have to be in the know of where to find this chicken salad. Oh, yes, pictures. Pictures. We love a good picture. Uh-oh, I just got a picture. I can't share the darn Discord from... Oh, okay. Is it it's a restaurant? Because I don't think I have that. Or you can go buy it at a deli. I mean, what's happening? A deli? Wow, we don't have that around here. Chicken salad chick? Y'all have that in Central Florida and she's got it over in her neck of the woods and I don't? And I'm in between? That's not cool. Well, in between, but a little over to the left. But yeah, that's not fair. My girl's got access to this chicken salad and I do not. All right, we have, there's one in Pensacola. Girl, I haven't been to Pensacola in so long, it's scary. I'm scared to go there. Now I may have to. Damn. Y'all are going to send me over the bridge. Okay. I'll come by and say a little prayer for Yan and Stalk when I ride by.
Sure.
I have to go get chicken salad and leave a little trinket for Gannon Scott's memorial in memory of our little channel here. From our little channel in memory of him. The locals make sure it stays pretty. We take care of it. Hadn't been there in a while, so
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Absolutely.
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received the text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or a forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before?
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
Alan, I knew that was going to trigger a sidebar. Dude, careful with your words. Careful with your words. Okay. Mister, we got a problem. His testimony just gets worse for the prosecution every time he opens that mouth. In my opinion, oh boy. So all those messages, that thread we heard earlier, that painful read, was all the ones that, remember, Higgins called his buddy and he got walked through the process to extract his data. That was what he chose to extract, was that text message thread. And now the phone is no longer with us. And lo and behold, neither is Albert's phone. Lo and behold, there was this 2:22 a.m. call. So somebody's phone got looked into somewhere. How would the defense know that? But we know Higgins, did away with his phone and SIM card, and now we know that Albert did at some point too. Why are they both tearing up phones, destroying their phones left and right, willy-nilly? Law enforcement officials destroying phones, not thinking for a moment, this might look bad. I think I'll just wait. Why destroy it? Throw it in the drawer like normal folks do, right? Do what everybody else does. Throw it in the drawer with the rest of them, or recycle it, or whatever you do with it. Turn it back into the phone company, trade it in. I don't know. Whatever you do. Destroy. It's a little much. A little drastic, right? A little aggressive behavior. Would make one wonder why so aggressive. So that's interesting. But how do they know this 222 call occurred if they never bothered to take Albert's phone? Interesting. We'll have to get there, I guess. Now my brain wants to want to know more. I've got more about that time written down in that particular call from other testimony. It was brought up. I'll have to go back and review what I wrote down about that call and compare. Yeah, please disregard, right? Firefly, come on. Please disregard that he destroyed that phone. Well, let's ask him about it on cross. That they shut you down, Mr. Defense Attorney. Wait till cross-exam, because he is on your list. And ask him in a nice way, in a legal sense, that the judge won't slap you on the wrist with her little sidebars. You know how she rolls. Give us the goods. Mister, why'd you do that? Why did you tear up your phone? Why was this man found on your lawn? Yeeks. Yeeks.
Well, they're saying they never were told to investigate Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's phones, but then why did they get the order to not destroy?
Who was supposed to tell them to do that?
Or is that the FBI?
No, the FBI wasn't even involved in this investigation.
At the point. Oh,
they weren't involved in the death of John O'Keefe, period, until the federal thing happened, right? The actual investigation was landed in the state trooper's lap because of the CPAP thing. The DA's office, you had to notify them when this kind of death occurred. So that automatically brought the state troopers in. So that's how that occurred. They're the ones investigating this death, not the FBI. So, or we would be seeing FBI all over this case, and we don't see them. They're nowhere to be found.
I mean, well, who in September sent them the "don't destroy your phone"?
So at some point, the feds did get involved in a federal investigation on police misconduct.
That's what I was saying. The Fed.
Police misconduct, they investigated their misconduct in this case, right? If they dug up more, we don't know yet.
Right.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
if you
and Karen's.
Correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, the side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to...
before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, he had a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye?
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration on his nostril, on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between, say, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m.? Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, the flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Sally Port in Canton. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank. Didn't he?
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did I hear that right? So you saw a body
Take
on
a
the
look at
snowbank?
page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that was a dusting of snow. There is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
He said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
Can you pause it?
Stop it.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like roughhousing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top left, top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we'd have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins? Did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military?
Yes.
And current law enforcement?
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer?
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we can take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them, or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds. Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
If you could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming,
I don't want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out to identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins?
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins?
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead
positive.
and play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video,
Okay.
and let's play it from here. Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last time.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both television?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
on the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer.
Right. Which direction is he looking?
In the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. Okay. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way, was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement
of the tire. Could be an earthquake. Could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Okay. Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Guys, so I decided to Google. Hang on. Okay, Mike. I had decided to Google Brian Higgins. It comes up. Like, I'm on my phone Googling, so I'm not going to be able to pull it up. Special Agent Brian Patrick Higgins, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. This was from a story they have this little thing from like November 2010, right? Of what this thing they did. So Special Agent Brian Higgins and Task Force Officer Oliveira began their approach while Somerville Sergeant Detective McCain, Patrol Sergeant Reardon maintained cover. It's like this whole big write-up of some kind of thing he was in on. Agent Higgins, Sergeant Detective McCain, and Sergeant Reardon left their positions of cover without regard for their respective safety, immediately returned fire. Oh, somebody opened fire on them. They jumped out, opened fire back, eventually fatally wounding the suspect. Agent Higgins left his position to pull Officer Oliveira to the rear of the target's vehicle. Once removed from threat of crossfire, Agent Higgins retrieved a field medical kit, I guess they had an officer down, and began applying pressure to officer's wounds. Okay, they did. Look at Higgins go, little hero. Eventually, Officer Oliveira, well, thank goodness he helped her, was rushed to the hospital. He received life-saving trauma care. The emergency room surgeon accredited Higgins' action with keeping the officer alive long enough to be within the... Well, good, because Higgins got a pretty good background military here. And I think he said he was tactical medical at one point. Tactical medical was the term he used. So I'm assuming that was during the military times, since it's got the word tactical attached. Good. He did his job. His training kicked in for good for once. But that's what I was looking to see if he was still employed, right? And that's what came up on the Bureau of Justice website. And so there's an article here from 32 minutes ago, and it lists him as a special agent from who's this from? Something Times. I don't even know who this is. ATF romantic text to Karen Reed revealed. Well, that's good thing you saw that, because you know what? That weirdo cop, this guy, gonna come back on there and talk about Karen Reed was the crazy one in those text messages. My goodness. Higgins, I'm gonna downplay his role in them texts. They weren't that bad. She was leading him on. Blah, 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 blah. Somebody on Reddit's got something about this dude's career. Let's go be nosy. I'll read y'all the Reddit post. A member of my ex-extended family is a firefighter in Boston. Uh-oh, get the tea. Take it for the grain of salt. It's Reddit. Anyway, they're a firefighter in Boston and told me that Brian Higgins has been interviewing for a position with the Cambridge, Mass. Fire Department. Looks like he knows his ATF law enforcement career is behind him. Oh, do tell. Anyone else have any information or insight? It says, who wants to work for an agency that makes you move cars at 1:30 in the morning? Freaking moron. Oh my God. Laugh out loud. That's funny. Higgins went home, got his Jeep with the plow to snow plow. So drive from New York after spending hours. People are just being funny now. They're being funny. They're making funnies in the Reddit post. So that's not helping me find out this man's still employed as an ATF agent. Are his days numbered? Is he still employed until the results of this federal investigation are revealed? The one that allegedly is over. And the investigation into police corruption, or I'm sorry, police misconduct. We haven't went that far yet, have we? We're right now sitting at police misconduct, proven fact in court documents, right? So far we got Proctor fired, and what's that other guy's name that got the slap on the wrist and got the 5 days taken away at the vacay? He can no longer go to the lake and fish for 5 days. Or whatever he does. He might go to the casinos and gamble and throw some back. I do not know what his vice is. He might be a vacay on the beach kind of guy. But I kind of doubt it. Mountains, what's your beef, dude? What's your vice? I don't care about what you're wearing. What makes you tick? Yes. Oh, it's Yuri, right? The guy now? Firefly, thank you. I knew it was some damn buddy. I gotta note that in my conspiracy chart because he's on there. I'm just not, kind of like one other person. I'm not sure. Well, 2 right now. No, take that back. Yeah, 2. Possibly just 1. I'm down to 2 possibilities left about how I tie them to the conspiracy. I mean, I think I know this guy's. It was Proctor, right? So far. Has to fit. It looks like he is still with the ATF. I don't see anything about him. I don't either. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. I knew you were probably getting us the answer if you could find it. Thank you. I don't see anything either. So we can assume he's still employed as an ATF agent. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, mister. You know those guys know how to fight and all the things, and you got two ex-military guys, both entered law enforcement, the 2 Bryans. They both like to drink. They both like to show their manhood and, all the things. They're buddies. They have a lot of ties in that community, come to find out. Higgins has that one tie to the chief over a trauma bond. That's the guy that rode by and found the red piece on the ground as he drove past. Yeah, these people are weird, y'all. If they didn't do anything wrong, they look real shady, don't they? Like, their little lives must have been, like, full of drama constantly. I picture that. It's like, picture it, right? It's so the Real Housewives of Canton, if I've ever seen such. Because look how deep the women got involved, the 2, Carrie and Jen. What was Nicole's deal? Nicole, you're quiet. You got much to say? Jen does all the talking of the 2 sisters. One's quiet, one's not. Is that what it is? Or is the husband a little ex-military, law enforcement? Is he a little stern at the house? You know what I'm saying? I haven't looked at her, you guys, I haven't looked at her past testimonies. I don't know what it is. I couldn't tell you. Don't know much about her. I know more about her sister, right? What her sister was willing to do, apparently, for her and her husband. That's what I do know, but I don't know much about the sister that she did it for. That's weird. Underline the A in alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, right? Wow, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. All right, we're back in session. Let's get it on.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yeah. Thank you. Sergeant, At some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they ended?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So, other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
Okay. And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing this?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid. So you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. You learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you... Why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically? Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because... Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes. Okay. Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and... I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach that?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later.
Wow.
Correct?
2023.
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing barbs, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I see.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Sorry, I had to go let the dog, well, I tried to let the dog out because she came and looked at me all sideways, and it's beginning to rain here. Apparently it's going to do this all night. I'm not sure. That's what I've been told. But anyway, she wouldn't go outside because she's like, no, are you kidding me? It's raining. So anyway, grabbed a Coke while I was in there. Dolphin. Remember the 70 IQ mentioned in the Koberger docs? Well, this is your 70 IQ in real time. Scream it, sister. Oh my God, this guy. He's exhausting. So, Ricky, the driver of the truck that flashes his headlights at Karen Reed to go ahead and go, he goes in behind her, pulls up, sees what Ricky, what Nagel sees. Y'all don't interview him for over a year. Very telling.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antano, he indicated that upon their arrival at the home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told me, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Oh, goodness. A sidebar about it, because what we fixing to have here. Yeah, my dog side-eyed me. She does it all the time. Annie has the side eye. She's good at it, too. Her life changed when my other son, because that's my son's dog, the grown son's dog, and Annie's life changed when my youngest son came to stay for a while, went back to his dad's to go back to school, and left his cat with me. And the cat now has become queen of the bedroom and doesn't like to, well, she wanders around and tempts the dog occasionally, but she likes to stay in my room, and sometimes she lets the dog in and sometimes not. So she comes and side eyes me now because she's used to, before that, she was used to come in here laying down and chilling. But lately, because I'm streaming all day now, these trials, the dog has been coming in here and laying down because the cat's on my bed asleep in my room with my desk and everything. Cat's up there sleeping. Dog's over here chilling on the floor sleeping. And they're like just tolerating one another. So I'm like, okay. But yeah. Your dog side-eye you. Dolphin, does Pipsqueak side-eye you? I know she does. I've seen the photo proof of that side-eye. Pipsqueak's got a mean side-eye, actually, because I have seen it. So they only interviewed Nagel because I had to go to the bathroom, so I missed the actual date. But they didn't interview Ricky till September of 2023. When did they interview Heather? They didn't interview her right away either. Heather was the passenger, Nagel's girlfriend at the time. Remember, she testified already. And they all saw Karen Reed's victim. In fact, when Heather testified, she said that the lights on Ricky's truck were bright enough that when he flashed them at Reed and she went to go, she said she could clearly see John and Karen in the vehicle as they turned and went on to Fairview, and they fell in behind them. And y'all didn't interview these people? What's up with that? To like a year later. Why? Because the defense thought it was a good idea they be talked to? Y'all found out they were talking to them. Oh, yeah. That'll trigger a good interview every time, won't it? Damn it, man. These clowns. One thing is crystal clear. And I don't care which side of the fence you lie on. If you can't see the horrible, horrible police investigation here, you are blind to justice. crime scene integrity.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you
We're done
that everybody's
today.
in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for getting to Christmas. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week, we'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. See you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need you back.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. We know what's about to happen if I don't get rid of that. Okay. Have I lost my co-host? I don't know what happened to her.
Oh, I'm
y'all.
here. I was laying down for a bit, but I was listening. I was just laying
Oh, you're
down. I was
good.
like,
You're good. I've done it before, girl. You relax when you need. Excuse me,
Mhm.
when you need to. Your little time off's about to be over, so you deserve it. Take that final rest when you can get it.
Yep.
So I knew that she would end up, today.
Are we?
Look, it's 3 p.m. Central,
Oh.
so what?
Are
4 on
we
the
done
East
with
Coast.
Yuri though? Or you think
I
he's
don't
coming
know
back?
yet. It's up to the defense, I guess. I guess the prosecution will get up and try to do damage control once the
Good
defense
luck.
is done. Yeah, I know, right? I said try to do damage control. Expected, but okay.
Of course.
Boring guy. Well, that boring monotone guy. That guy, man. Is he holding his nose? I can't figure it out. Anyway,
Man, I don't remember him being on the witness stand this long before. I don't think he was.
well, they've
But
learned a
maybe.
lot more about him since the
Oh
first
yeah.
trial, probably. Do you know what I mean? That they
Yeah.
had more time to dig into those connections a little deeper.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's not. Well, why don't we just bring that out a little more here, especially if we're going with a conspiracy theory? They all conspired to cover that. It's not like it's a conspiracy theory. Oh, it's about make. They conspired to cover up a murder. That's a conspiracy theory here because it involves multiple people. So technically, it's a conspiracy theory to cover up a murder. So that's what it is. And they've uncovered some deep sketchy ties, right?
Wow. Yep.
Random, like the chief randomly rides by. I'm sorry.
And find some pieces.
And
Wow.
look, Firefly, right? He just randomly drives by in his car for no good reason. Curiosity, killed the cat. Okay, so you ride by and you see a red piece of something on the ground, and you call up your buddies to go look. And then I realized what your tie is to, what was it, Higgins?
Yep.
The trauma bond?
Yes.
And then y'all start finding pieces. How far? Wait a minute. February, like 10 days later? I mean, how long did it take that darn snow to melt? Collected evidence on February 10th and then not submitted to the crime lab till March 14th, 5 weeks later.
What, you got a problem with that?
First of all, you found it February 10th. How long did it take the snow to melt enough to see these red pieces? What time? What day did that guy ride by and see that piece? The chief? Oh, what date? When did he do that? How could he do that if the snow is still covering up all the evidence? You know what I mean?
I put my notes away. Hold on. Let me
And
see
they
if I
did
have
the
it.
grid search like later that day. The grid search. See, I got to figure out when they were at this property each and every time, because I got questions about when y'all found stuff like that shoe on the curve. How nobody saw that all that time, and that big piece that was there
I
all
think they
that time.
found it when they excavated, though. Didn't they say that?
Some of that stuff they
They
did.
had to excavate a little bit there.
The shoe, where the shoe was at, yeah. When there's a whole all that.
Oh, I
They
can't hear
found.
you. I don't know if you're muted or I just can't hear you. Maybe that's just me.
Can
It's
you
just
guys
me.
hang on? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't be heard.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of and then Higgins is going to get the walkthrough on how to do his phone, extract his text with Karen Reed that we heard read aloud. And they accept that. You know, it's like we verified it. Like, what?
Yeah, what? How?
You're all law enforcement now. So if you're investigating me and I'm aware of it because you've already come and questioned me or something, or I know it's whatever. And if I go and do my own phone extractions,
Yeah, come on now.
to accept that as the right. And when you ask me for my phone, and I'm like, no, but you can have these extractions I did for you. That's all you get. And they're gonna be like, okay, we'll accept that. No, you're not going to tolerate that out of me. So why did Brian Higgins get to do that? He's not even a phone data dude. He's not even trained to do extractions. He got walked through the process. Wow, I know. No. Why isn't he in trouble for misconduct for doing that?
Maybe he will be. I mean,
because you know somebody walked you through a process like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot to unpack there. So the judge just said they would be back at 10 a.m. Monday versus what would be their 9 a.m., which
Yeah,
is
so
usually
it's 9 a.m. your
my
time.
9 a.m. my time. Now, what I don't know is there an hour set aside for her to settle something in a hearing? I'll have to double check over the weekend. Is there something they have to figure out amongst themselves and then call the jury in at 9? You know what I mean? Their time, Eastern time. So we'll see. Or I'm sorry, 10, whatever her time was, 10 a.m. So I don't know if they got something to do Monday morning, you know, that they're just calling the jury in later than they'll be. I don't know. We'll see what happens over the weekend, and we'll get updates as we get them. For those of y'all who are interested, I'll be live Sunday as usual, and I'm going to talk about the disappearance of Crystal Rogers, like I said, and the trials that are upcoming, because there's 3 people. They were co-defendants at one time, but the trials have been severed, and so they're independent of their own. So going to present that case and talk about something different for a hot minute. But I will be at Miss Shorty's if everything's still the plan. I should be over at Miss Shorty's tomorrow night. Butterfly, can we get her link dropped? Be over there tomorrow night at some point in time. Go check her out and talking about the Karen Reed case update, because I was over there 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yes, yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah. And 3 weeks ago, maybe, I don't know, because we did Feral Friday I don't know what it's been, 2 weeks. Anyway, kind of an update of where we are now versus where we started along the way. What is like somebody not been watching the case, because Miss Shorty is well schooled in this case, right? And so I like the way she did it last time. She had all the witnesses lined up. And we had a little thing to watch about each one and commentary on each one, and so it was fun. So looking forward to doing that. I'm gonna go over there and hang out. Y'all come and join us if you don't have nothing to do on a Saturday night. We're there, partying up at Camp Shorty. Yeah, Camp Shorty. We'll be live on the weekends. Anyway, I appreciate all you guys being here. Welcome new members. I gifted out 5 memberships earlier because I just appreciate you guys being here. We'll be doing more members only stuff. I'm lazy about these videos. They take forever, so I'm trying to do those. But anyway, we'll get together another members only live soon. We'll have to take a vote and see what y'all want to talk about. What do y'all want to deep dive as a community? We'll do it members live and do that. Yeah, Rachel, Crystal's update. We'll do that Sunday. There's some things happening. There was one thing that could have stalled the case was the defense wanted that certain testing of these hairs found in Crystal's car. But it's a newer testing, and it would literally take a long time. But they didn't file the motion to do that until recently. They know it doesn't belong to the guy's already charged, right? They know that. So therefore, the defense is saying it could be exculpatory. But the judge decided that we're not going to do that because of the amount of time it would set back the case. But what you can do is come in on cross and challenge it, which I thought was fair. So we'll see how that works. So there's been some activity, like I said, there pre-trial stuff going on, getting ready for the trials that are upcoming. But we'll take a look at some stuff, and I got some really good background information pieces you guys can watch, and a really thorough little update, and we can have a conversation about the case. All right, Firefly, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. So
Oh, you're welcome.
next week you'll have to listen if you can, when you can. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay. Well, we'll appreciate that. Chime in when you can, but I know you got.
I'll definitely try and tune in at lunchtime.
Yeah,
See.
I know you'll have your hands full getting settled into a new job. I get it. And Butterfly is going to be busy at her job over the next several days as well. So I understand you guys got to do what you got to do. We'll be here when you can be here, and we appreciate all you guys for being here. My mods, Butterfly and Rachel, I really, really appreciate you. Any other mods of mine are in the chat? I can't see on my restream. Anyway, if you're there, thank you. I appreciate you. Forrest, we can't wait for you to come back and get settled. So we miss you, dude. All right, guys. Firefly, thank you again for coming up. Guys, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to go relax on this Friday evening. I got the house to myself. I think it's going to rain all night. I'm not sure. I'm going to go chill.
Have a good evening. Maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe we should try and get together later and see if we can watch the
Yeah, we can try it. We'll see.
that
I saw.
Dateline.
Well, I think Dolphin was trying to figure out a way, so I'll have to get with her and see. We can at least take some notes. I wish we could. I don't have a Discord, guys, for the community. It's something I've thought about, but it's managing the Discord that's the issue, right? And even though it would be a members only thing, I still think it would be a positive thing in a lot of ways, because I did that for 3 years, managed a Discord for communities in the NFT world. So I'm not new to it. It's just the managing part that I'm not sure I want to tackle in true crime right now. So
Yeah.
that part, my Discord is like a freaking virtual office. That's where I drop all my show stuff and communicate with Dolphin. And we always go in there and watch stuff together, though. But yeah, we'll try. I think Dolphin was working on it anyway. But that way we can take notes about it and compare and see what we think. If you guys if y'all want to watch it, though, do that, and then you'll come back and maybe we can share our thoughts on Sunday if you're here about it, if we get to watch it. But NBC, I think, Dateline, whatever, it airs tonight, allegedly.
NBC.
Yeah, 2-hour
NBC.
special. I think it's a 2 hours.
2 hours?
Let's
Oh
see.
my
Hold on. Let's
gosh.
watch that little thingy again. Let's watch it real quick. Let's do
Sure,
it.
sure.
Let's give Dateline another trailer. Somebody was like on Twitter saying, don't give them energy. I was like, man, this Dateline, I give energy to whatever I want. Don't tell me how to do it. I do it how I want.
But it's interesting.
You
I
can't help it. We're true crimers. God, look, good Lord, I'm not I know what I am, and I am what I am. And I came here for that, so it is what it is. Okay, so this is that Dateline trailer that was on NBC morning news show, I think it was. All right. Unmute. Here we go. Take it away.
In this house, just
Take it away,
steps from
Keith.
campus, in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, were stabbed to death. Their accused killer, Brian Koberger, faces trial this summer. He's pleaded not guilty. For the last 2.5 years, Dateline has been on the ground, reporting, gathering, and learning from people with direct knowledge of the case. We've obtained things that have never before been seen publicly, like these security videos from a camera on a house near the murder scene, videos that show a white sedan, a car that investigators believe was driven by Brian Koberger making repeated passes at the King Road house that night before the murders. With evidence like this and our reporting, we have assembled a timeline for the weeks, months, and days before and after the murders. starting with a pool party Koberger attended in July, just after he moved to the area in pursuit of his PhD in criminology.
Remember when he got there, allegedly his dad approached the guy in the parking lot of the new complex where Koberger was moving and said, "Hey, make friends with my son. He's new." So the guy did and invited Koberger to the pool party. But Koberger had to go buy swim shorts, allegedly. And he did, and he goes and attends the pool party right over in Moscow, Idaho, with a bunch of other college kids, which is normal behavior, I might add.
An exclusive interview with a woman who exchanged numbers with Koberger.
We always heard a rumor in this case, a YouTube rumor, that Koberger got a phone number. It was actually reported in mainstream media. I'll put it that way too. It was always out there that he got a phone number, or two was the exaggerated rumor part. But he got at least one phone number at this pool party, was the word on the street. And one of the guys attending the party actually confirmed that in an article. This is her.
Then did not return his text.
You know, the universe intervened and for whatever reason just distracted me from further engaging in that interaction.
We'll also reveal records from Koberger's cell phone that are in the possession of law enforcement and Google searches.
They have stuff from Koberger's phone that's in possession of law enforcement. Wow, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Okay, Keith.
Regarding the serial killer Ted
I'm not here to
Bundy.
out Keith
We have also
Morrison.
seen
No.
these. Dozens of photos in Koberger's cell phone, browsing history, women from Washington State and the University of
Lord,
Idaho,
grain of
including
salt.
close friends of the King Road victims. Dateline has also obtained records showing the details of what an FBI cell phone expert has claimed to be in the month before the murders, 23 occasions when Koberger's phone connected to a cell tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters of the house at 1122 King Road.
Now, remember, like I said earlier, Dateline, everybody tore them a new one on the YouTube streets because they came out when, in their first one of their first or second one, and talked about the 12 pings. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, how dare they?" Turns out in court documents, they were right. There really was 12 pings they were concerned about within the vicinity. Oh Lord. Now we got one within 100 feet. 23 times, turns out.
And in the hours after the murder?
And actually the 23 times is talked about in the court documents. Go, Keith.
Details of the timing of phone calls Brian Koberger made to a phone linked to his parents just before the controversial selfie he took. And we'll talk to the mother whose daughter was supposed to be staying in the house the night of the murders. But a change of plans may have saved her daughter's life. How soon?
Firefly, wasn't Ashlyn the roommate on the lease that wasn't there that night? That's her.
Yeah, I
and
believe
this is
so.
her.
Mhm.
So yeah, this but her and her mother have a foundation now. I do know that. Like I said, I've talked about it here on the channel before, and so she was on the lease along with Maddie, and there was, because she wasn't there that night, because she had technically moved out, but not on paper. There was a lot of rumors and speculation, and a lot of BS thrown that girl's way. And then next thing I know, finally she came out and started speaking, and that her and her mom have this foundation in honor of the kids. So there you go.
Was it that you thought, my God, she was going to be there?
I didn't think about that right away.
Oh.
All I could think about was the kids.
Makes you sad too, doesn't it?
It does. Sorry.
So many damaged families. Angela Nevejas told us that her daughter Ashlyn, Maddie Mogan's best friend, moved away from Idaho and now refuses to come home to visit because of the trauma associated with the murders. She's hoping some of that may change and Ashlyn will start to grieve after Brian Koberger's trial. Back to you, Greg and Savannah.
Such a heartbreaking story, Keith. Thank you. And we know we'll have more on Dateline. We'll look forward to that. I want to turn now to NBC senior legal correspondent.
So yeah, anyway, that was, y'all saw that earlier, so that was the gist of it, but that's going to air tonight. If you guys are interested in watching it, check out your local, whatever, your channels, wherever you get your Dateline, from. I don't think I get it on the Roku or the Peacock or whatever. I don't really.
No
I don't pay
NBC?
for cable anymore or like streaming. Like we used to have DirecTV, right? And we could
Yeah.
just watch. It's like watching cable TV, but through DirecTV. But we don't even have that anymore. So, and I don't watch TV often. So literally, I'm just watch. If I watch TV, it's on Peacock. And Roku has Court TV. You can go watch that anytime. And a lot of local news stations I end up following because of what's happening in their town. You can also watch on Roku a lot of times.
I looked it up. It does say it's available on Peacock and
Tonight,
Roku.
normally it's available the next day.
Well, I don't know if it's tonight.
Oh, if it's the
Oh,
next day,
okay.
I can watch it tomorrow. I can watch it in the morning.
Let me see. On
Because that
Tuesday,
Peacock
today,
usually
9
they
p.m.
they usually I think air if it's live, like today, it airs the next day on Peacock. Is normally
Oh, okay.
So that's cool. Yes, on Peacock. Okay, so I'll watch it tomorrow because I'd probably fall asleep tonight anyway. That's what I love about Peacock. You can watch stuff the next day, right? Don't gotta do anything but just watch it the next day or whenever you feel like it. I like to watch things whenever I feel like them. I don't like being told it's time to watch it now or never. Mm-mm.
I prefer to watch like series when I can watch like a bunch of them.
Right, when you can binge watch it, right? Just sit down and get a good binge watch on. When I do that, especially when I'm tired of my phone or tired of true crime for a minute, put it all down and just binge
Or if
watch
it's a
it.
rainy day,
Right.
you just want to spend all day.
Let me get up
binge
into bed
watching,
and just do
watching one
me for a
hyper
hot minute. Just do me and binge watch something goofy, silly, or intriguing, or whatever my vibe is that day. Right? Yeah, I like to binge watch it too because you can just go back to back to back and it's all good and comfy. Yep. It has some good snack foods in the meantime on standby.
Yeah.
NBC, if you have the app or local channel, don't you have to have you have to put in your cable provider in order for those apps to actually
For Peacock?
No, the NBC app. Like a lot of these
Oh, I don't know.
there's
Yeah,
a lot
probably.
of apps you can download to watch things on, but you have to enter your cable provider usually.
Yeah.
And if you don't have one, then you can't. So if it comes on Peacock the next day, I'm good with that. I'm chill.
Like I said, we have cable here, so I just have to go play with the TV
Play with the
because
TV.
the TV controllers.
Yeah,
confuse
it
the
can't.
heck
Those
out of me.
things can
I'm
be
like, all right.
complicated, man. Simplify it, right?
Yeah.
Thank goodness mine is simplified because it's a Roku. That's all I got to deal with. This little damn remote, just a few buttons. It's all good. But anyway, all right, guys.
By 8 o'clock my time, I'll go try and see if I can watch it. If anything else.
Yeah.
Or 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock your time would be right. 8. It would be 8 Central, 9 Eastern.
Correct.
And then whatever. So that would be 8/6 on the other coast.
Pacific. Yeah.
On the other coast. To the left. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go chill out and have a good night. Y'all have a good weekend. If y'all are not doing anything on Sunday, come by and chill out and listen to a little bit of Crystal Rogers' story. Because Crystal deserves to be heard. She deserves to be found. People deserve to be held accountable for what happened to her. And they should tell where she is at this point. So, with that said, y'all have a great weekend. And that's right. Hang on. 8 minutes. Oh my God. I don't have any time. Is my phone charged up? Yeah. Okay. I'm good. Because I'll listen on the phone. It's raining here, so I'll just stay inside. All right, guys. Joe's going live. We had Megan's link in the channel earlier. Joe's going live in 8 minutes over there to discuss that new Lori Vallow Daybell filing. So, all right. I'll come check it out, Joe. Guys, have a great night, and I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to